Good day, everyone. Richard here from Hola Prime. Joining me today, Lara, Walter. How are you guys doing?
Hello,
Hey everyone.
guys. Hi, how you
All
doing?
good, thank
Good.
you. How are you
Trust you
doing
had a good
yourself, Richard?
weekend.
Good weekend.
Oh, I've had a good one.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah,
Before
weekend
start,
was relaxing to say the least.
Very nice.
awesome. Yeah, guys, who wants to take it away for us? Walter, you want to start today?
Yeah, I can get a ball rolling. I'm just gonna
Yeah,
share my screen. 1
please
second.
do.
Right, so I wanted to start off initially just to talk about some red news data from last week particularly, but my other browser is still loading with the information. Just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, because NFP, I'm not sure if you guys were watching NFP last Friday, but we had a bit of an interesting data, and I do see like it will sort of bleed into what gold does over the coming weeks and months ahead, and I'm going to talk a bit more about that later on when my other browser loads. But for now, I'm just going to focus on some price action, and then I'll circle back later on to fundamentals. So I'm currently in a trade on gold. It's still an active trade, so I'm long. It's just a very classic setup that I typically take. But before I sort of go into like this long, I just wanted to talk a little bit more about. Oh, I'm getting quite a bit of feedback. I'm not sure if anyone else is hearing it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of distortion. I'm not sure what it is.
I can't hear anything out of the ordinary, if I'm honest. No, it's fine for me.
I'm hearing it.
You're hearing the feedback? All right.
Yeah.
The feedback is gone now.
Yeah, that
Or
sounds
maybe it
better.
is still there. I don't know. Yeah.
Sounds better.
Yeah, that's all good.
We'll see.
Awesome.
No worries.
So the main thing I wanted to just break down with regards to, yeah, still hearing this. It's definitely not from my microphone or earphones, because I know I did a bit of a sound test beforehand.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. It does it sometimes. Let me just quickly. I'm going to mute my mic and just see if there's any distortion on my mic. Just keep talking, and then we'll see
Okay.
if it goes away or not.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's probably a very good test for it. But yeah, with regards to, yeah, it's gone now. Yeah, it's definitely from your speaker or your from your speaker. But with regards to what I'm looking at in terms of long term, oh, it's back on now. But in terms of what I'm looking at in terms of long term for gold to the dollar, it's very simple. So obviously, with regards, I mentioned this. Yeah, Richard, you might need to mute yourself just for a few, just whilst I'm speaking. Because
Yeah, you do your
the
thing.
feedback
I'm
is
going
coming
to
from
see
your
if I
speaker.
can work on something in the background quickly.
No worries at all. So yeah, so the most recent liquidity purge on gold was obviously what we saw here was the buy side purge that took place a few days ago, and then thereafter we saw the market accumulate for like 3 days. After the period of accumulation, the market then gave a bearish impulse move into this imbalance down here, right? So market went from buy side to sell side. So from now that the market is now traded into sell side, right? What I'm anticipating is one of two things. I was anticipating today for the market to head for a 4-hour or a 1-hour buy side liquidity target. Now thereafter, I'm anticipating a potential continuation to the downside towards this daily low. Okay, so again, whether price goes to this daily low or not depends on how the market reacts around the 4-hour and the H4 buy side liquidity pool. But I do see over the next few days, particularly this week, there is a likelihood we could see a continuation down to the low of $3,245 for gold. So that's just a longer time, high time frame trajectory. With regards to the 4 and the 1 hour, so there's some key levels that I was aiming for today, particularly in the 1 hour. So the first was, of course, this 1 hour imbalance, right, which was created last week Friday after we saw that very aggressive shift to the downside towards daily sell side targets. And then obviously what we saw was today, the market basically, first of all, tapped into the H1 sell side as well as the H4 sell side at the beginning of the trading session. And then thereafter, we saw the market then break to the upside. So this is on the 1 hour time frame particularly, is a very clear break of structure to the upside. So at this point, obviously, the trajectory is very, very obvious, where the market will obviously retest. And the feedback is really bad. Where the market will essentially retest this, potentially this last down close candle. So this is our most recent bullish order block. And then from there, we could see a continuation towards that H1 buy side objective, right? So that's just sort of like the trajectory that I see right now. And then from the H1 buy side objective, I do see the market potentially making a bearish continuation from there towards obviously daily lows. But for now, what I'm basically focused on is the market trading into that last down close candle, okay? And then from there, I'm looking to take a continuation. However, if we take a look on the 15 and the 30 minutes time frame, so it's just two things to focus on here. So 30 minutes time frame, the market is still very clearly within a bullish cycle. So the bias is very clearly bullish. You know, earlier this session, we saw that very aggressive move into that H4 and H4 sell side target. And then thereafter, the market gave a break of structure to the upside. And then obviously the market created this fair value gap. And of course, this fair value gap. But my area of interest wasn't necessarily just a fair value gap. My area of interest was the most recent bullish order block, obviously that was created before that explosive move to the upside. So from here, this is where I took my initial entry because, of course, I anticipated the market during London session came down to retest my area of interest, and that triggered my initial pending order. Stop loss went right below the low, and then, of course, my target is the H1 BST. Now, if we go down to the 15 minutes, there's actually another level that I'm anticipating prior to essentially trade into. So on the, sorry, 1 second. Right, so on the 15 minutes time frame, there's two things to pay attention to. So the first is the fact the market has given a complete bullish cycle to the upside. So we've seen the initial leg that was created, break of market structure, retest, and then that third leg. But one thing to note is, of course, the area of interest in terms of the retest would have been the most recent bullish order block down here. The market failed to essentially retest this bullish order block, right, in the London session. So I do feel that there is a possibility the market, especially now, could potentially come down and tap into this bullish order block. And then from there, we could see that sort of explosion to the upside. So that's why, like, my initial stop loss, I actually set it just slightly below this candle in case the market did come down later on to retest this lower order block. Now, if for whatever reason that retest is super aggressive and I get stopped out, which is a possibility, I'm actually very open to re-entering this long. Again, just because right now the 15 minutes, no, the 30 minutes is still very clearly bullish, and the 1 hour is also still very clearly bullish as well. So I'm fairly confident that we could see some sort of a continuation to the upside taking place within New York session. So what I'm going to do actually, because I didn't execute this on my Hola Prime account, so I'm going to also take this trade on my Hola Prime account. XAU USD. Right. So again, for this one, I'm going to just place my pending order because there is a likelihood the market could trade just below this low that was created in London and just tap into this bullish order block. And then we could see like a sort of, I'm anticipating a very fast reaction from there. Stop goes below the low. And then in terms of my targets, I'm simply aiming for the most recent draw on 1 hour liquidity, which is this H1 buy side liquidity right there. So that's where I'm going to be looking to take profit. Right, so we're looking at around a 1 to 4.8 risk potential, 1 to 4.8 risk to reward on this trade.
Nice.
Let's create limit order. There we go. I'm not sure if you guys had any sort of like input on this before I go on to Bitcoin.
No, you're the maestro there with the gold, that's for sure.
Sorry?
Lovely stuff.
Thank you. All good, all good. So now moving on to Bitcoin dollar. So Bitcoin has been moving nicely today, right? We saw that sort of nice explosion. Now Bitcoin is sort of sitting at 107. So it's very shy from, I mean, it's still a bit of a long way to go, but it is like, it looks like it's recovering back towards $112,000. Of course, the big question is Bitcoin going to recover to 112 or not? I think no, it wouldn't. Not now, anyways. For two reasons. So first, of course, if we look at the daily, I'm going to start with the daily trajectory, and then I'm going to break it down from there. So very similar to what I was saying on gold, where the market has recently taken out an area of sell side on Bitcoin. And then, of course, for me, my target for price was the next jump daily buy side, which is where price has essentially taken out today. Now, again, I want to see how the market reacts around this. Ideally, I want to see price basically close above this high. And then tomorrow, if Bitcoin has a bearish day and essentially closes back into the range, then very, very highly likely we are going to see Bitcoin trade lower and trade back down towards $100,383. However, if tomorrow, for example, we see a contraction session where essentially Bitcoin fails to close back below this low, it sort of like closes still within the range of today, then there's a very likely we could see a potential bullish continuation to the upside. But what I'm going to be keeping an eye on particularly is how the market reacts on the 4 hour and the 1 hour around key areas of buy side and sell side liquidity pool, because essentially today was a buy day. So my H4 sell side was essentially the low of Sunday. And if we look on the 1 hour time frame, my H1 sell side was just this low that was created just before the session opened. Now, as you can see, the market came down, and so it's right there. So the market came down and traded below that low today's session. Essentially, the market came down, took out sell side liquidity pool first, traded into this fair value gap. Again, it's a very classic thing. And then after the sell side purge, then we saw that move towards buy side. And of course, today would have been a very big buy side day. The reason being is because price is obviously trading towards the daily buy side target, which is a much more significant buy side target relative to the 1 hour or the 4 hour liquidity pool targets. I didn't take a trade on this today, but there was an opportunity. I just missed this because I was a lot more focused on my position on gold, and I really wasn't looking to enter another trade with Bitcoin because I wasn't sure if price was going to take out the daily buy side target today or not. But essentially, this was the setup. So today, the market essentially purged sell side liquidity pool, traded into the H1 BST, gave a break of structure right there. So we had the initial high, secondary high. Area of interest was essentially this bullish order block. You can see the market retested, tapped that bullish order block twice, and then gave that explosive move to the upside. So this is exactly the same like setup that I look for and I take every single time. So it showed itself in Bitcoin, but I just didn't take it because I was already committed to my position on gold. And yeah, like I wasn't sure if we're gonna see that explosion today, but we did see it. Potential of a 1 to 5 risk to reward on this trade. But is there going to be an opportunity in New York session, right? Well, right now, considering that the majority of the buying activity that I was anticipating today has already taken place within the London session, I do not really have a lot of hopes for significant buying to take place in New York. Obviously, there is a possibility that we could see more buying activity in New York, but it may not be as significant as what we've seen in London. But there's two areas of interest to focus on. One is the fair value gap that we're seeing right here on the 30 minutes time frame, and that is very confluent with, if we go to the 50 minutes time frame, right? The market basically has given a new bullish cycle. We've seen the first initial high, break of structure, secondary high, and of course that fair value gap on the 30 minutes time frame is very confluent with the most recent order block created on the 15 minutes time frame. So this is the way that I would frame a New York setup. I would essentially look to trade a continuation in line with this cycle, anticipated one more leg to the upside. But again, I'm gonna be a bit conservative with this. with my long position essentially at that 30 minutes fair value gap, stop going below the low. And again, I'm just going to aim for a 1 to 2 risk to reward on this, just because price is already overly extended. If we look to the left, yes, there are other buy side targets to the left. Like, for example, you have this fair value gap right here where the market could essentially fill this gap. And we also have, obviously, this last up close candle right there. And we could see the market essentially trade into that range as well. So I would say, like, as a maximum, as long as my 1 to 2 is within this trading range, for me, that's a very safe trade to take. Of course, I could potentially squeeze a little bit more towards the low of that sort of like fair value gap, or to the high of the fair value gap for a 1 to 2.8. But that's just, yeah, just squeezing a little bit more. But this is the trading range for New York session, essentially looking to buy within this order block and take profit at the extreme of the fair value gap on the 1 hour time frame to the left right there.
Nice.
So yeah, so that's a bit. So bullish is still my bias on this over the next few hours. But yeah, so I'm very curious to see how our price closes today.
Awesome.
So yeah, any sort of additions on this?
No, I kind of agree with the bigger picture there on the daily that just from price structure sort of viewpoint, it does look like a 5-wave move lower there, with this potentially just being a corrective bounce. Maybe more downside.
So I do see
that downside at some stage.
Yeah, I do see this being potentially a corrective move to the upside. And then again, but what would define that is especially as we've seen more than 3 days of the market rallying. But what would define this being a corrective move would be how the tomorrow's candle closes. If we do see a very strong close tomorrow back into the range, then then most likely we're going to see that a continuation of that over a few days. But again, if tomorrow we do see the market keep pushing a little bit higher, then it's very likely it's going to go for the next high, which is sitting at 110,803. And obviously, if price takes out this high, it will probably likely aim for 112,000. But right now is not the time to get excited. I know people are excited thinking that Bitcoin is potentially going to go back up to 112,000 again, but I'll say it's too early to get excited. The market could still very much give even more aggressive move to the downside.
So watch price action closely. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. So wait and see how today's candle closes, and of course, our tomorrow candle closes as well will be a big tell of how the market will trade from Wednesday onwards.
100%.
Thanks, Walter.
No worries. So yeah, I'll hand it over to I think Lara. I think you said you wanted to go next, and then later on I'll circle back. I'll talk about a bit more about fundamentals, because I do look at my fundamentals at the start of the month. That's when I do a lot of my fundamental analysis, because that tends to feed into my trading for the duration of the month. And then I would do a refresh of it at the start of the following month to see where I'm at and to see how the market is. Because the thing is, fundamentals is, yes, it plays with price, but technicals tend to be the fundamentals is the underlying driving dynamics of price action, but price tends to always have all the information required for it to trade where it's already traded. That's why I'm not so obsessed with looking at fundamentals every single day, because whatever the market is anticipated has already been priced in. The question is, what is the market anticipating next month? Because whatever next month's anticipation is going to be priced into this month's price action, and that's what I like to pay attention to.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so I shall hand it over to you, Lara.
Oh, okay, cool. That's fine. Bear with me then. Let me just turn off my.
Should be coming up now.
Can you see that?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to talk about silver against the US dollar, which has been super interesting. And kind of a bit like Walter said, a lot of the ones that I'm going to go through and talk about, it's the sort of the extremes of the month, and sort of like the end of the month, and then the start of the month looks really important and can set you up for kind of your bias for the rest of the month, and certainly kind of bringing into play with the fundamentals, like Walter said, that kind of come out around those extremes. So looking at silver against the US dollar, I'm just going to turn this back on, but this is super interesting because we had this kind of break of structure back here all these years ago, but we literally just had this huge kind of sideways, if you like, or this pattern looks like a triple tap, which is your 3 kind of pushes to the upside to take out this all-time high, which is this level here. And now silver is trading at all-time highs. But what I think is super interesting is that we had this kind of sideways accumulation here with this bullish break on the week commencing the 19th of May this year, that broke out of these levels here. And then we had an inside bar on the weekly, which is often kind of a clue as to kind of what might be coming next when it sort of compresses sideways and stays inside the previous bar. You can often then look for kind of price action to go if you've got your bias in place anyway, as long as you kind of know where you think the higher time frame draws on liquidity might be, and then obviously your kind of price action plays into that. So this kind of on a higher time frame, this inside bar might have given some clues, and then kind of going down. So this is May's price action, and then literally straight out the gates in June, we got another inside bar, which is on the last trading day of May. And then as soon as Asian session opened up on, just go down here. Can you see me? Is everything all right?
Yeah. Looking good.
Down here,
wow.
As soon as June opened up, we literally just got this crazy catapult move. You can see, I'm just going to put my sessions back on because I like to kind of look at how the sessions behave, starting with the first session of the day. So we got this nice kind of like three breakdown pattern with the pin bar down here, and then on that Friday, and then as soon as the 1st or the 2nd of June, the first trading day of the month opened up, Asia did a little bit of a manipulation down here, and then the H1 just kind of traded directly above the EMAs and kind of hasn't really looked back. So where does that leave us now? Well, I'll turn this off because on the higher time frames that's messy. We're trading at all-time highs. I feel like we had this little pattern that's putting in place up here now, which again kind of looks like a little triple tap pattern up here. Lots of kind of legs to the upside, and it's looking at what could happen this week. Obviously, there's lots of liquidity down here. That was a really bullish move to the upside to take out those levels. So again, just kind of looking and seeing what is going to go on this week and keep an eye on price action. But you're looking at the levels of kind of the liquidity areas down here. There's an awful lot. So we just see what happens this week. That's really strong bullish price action with fair value gaps and kind of trading up.
Gone nuts.
What was that, Richard?
Yeah, it's gone absolutely nuts. But it's about time, right?
Absolutely nuts. Yeah, exactly that. About time. But it's so I mean, we talk about patience, don't we? And having the patience. I mean, on the higher time frame, nobody's going to have the patience to sit through this lot. It's more about kind of just come into the charts on your higher time frames and just seeing if you can understand and identify what is looking like it's going to happen. I mean, obviously, you've got this big, strong V-shaped reaction down here at the start of April, and if you can just keep tabs on it and kind of get to know what maybe some of the signals are, like the inside bars, and the kind of get used to the patterns and things like that, knowing that there was this really important higher time frame kind of liquidity level that had never been traded back to in the past. That could give you a really good bias for that trade. Anyway, so for now, we've just got to see kind of what happens. Next up, I just wanted to talk about the dollar index, DXY. And I'm just going to put this on the 3-monthly chart. Put my, just got to wait for some of this stuff to come up. Put my levels back on. So down here we had this gap that was created above this weekly demand area or order block. And then I was thinking that there's kind of a lot of stalling happening, and I wanted to see if price could trade back down to this high time frame level of imbalance, which it did at the end of April. And then we kind of had that rally and then drop back down. But looking at this on the daily now, so this is the dollar index, the DXY, obviously, I don't know, it's still quite early, but this level here, 88.6, is a really common level for reversal patterns. So the second leg to trade into the 88.6, and that's what we've seen happen after the start of June. So that happened last Thursday, and then we got this breakout close on Friday, obviously with NFP. I think, I don't know, there's still potentially more down here, but it's just something to keep an eye on, because obviously that is a really common level for the second leg of a reversal pattern W. So could be that it has put in the low and that we could go up. I guess it would have been nicer to have seen this taken out, but just keeping an eye on that. So then following up from that, and as I always go straight from the DXY to euro dollar with the inverse correlation, again going up to the higher time frame, 3-month, we had this 3-month supply area up here and imbalance areas here. So then we saw on, I hope I'm not clicking too fast around, I'm going to take some of this off. So then we saw this.
You're going at a good pace.
Sorry? Going at a good pace? Okay, good. Yeah, it's not. There's nothing worse than when someone's clicking around too quick on their chart and you can't keep up. So we kind of got up to this level here, and then we saw this bearish price action again back in April. We see legs up here on the weekly chart, and obviously it's kind of a really nice area and level again. I would have preferred, again, to see this level here taken out. This was monthly liquidity up here, but like we said, it doesn't always reach. Looking at open, high, low, close theory of the candle trajectory, being that, you know, a candle, every candle, whatever time frame opens, puts in a wick, whether that's to the downside or to the upside, and then you get the main body of the candle, and you get the high and the close, or the low and the close, depending on whether that's a bearish or bullish candle. It's one of the things that I like to look at on the monthlies, because when you look at where this candle opened, so I'm going to go back to the monthly just to show you, but June opened here, and currently, you know, you would expect, when you expect to see a bearish candle, you'd expect price to trade bullish, and then you get your drop in the candle body. So I don't know. I mean, we didn't quite reach the 88.6 here, but with all the other confluences, such as the DXY and where that's positioned, and Eurodollar and where that's positioned with a higher time frame, this pattern here, the previous bearish price action that we've seen, and then this push up almost to the 88.6 level. But given that June opened around here and we've seen this price action up here, you know, is there a chance that that was the high of June? We'll have a look and see this week. Obviously, it's a super key week. We had NFP, but we've also got CPI and PPI this week. So we'll just see what happens and keep an eye.
CPI is on Wednesday, right? Yeah.
Wednesday, CPI, yeah, and then PPI on Thursday. So, you know, could it be that that's what we're going to expect from June's monthly candle? Interesting to see that. And I guess the way that I'd like to look at that is on a higher time frame. I'd like to see some sort of serious kind of bearish engulfment happen, and then you can probably look to get in on some sort of pullback on the lower time frame from that. So then, which takes us then to pound. It's kind of in a similar area. This level up here is the EMA 800 on the 3-month, so it's kind of like not quite there. It would have been nice to have gone slightly higher. It would have given more confidence. I'm not sure that GU is ready to kind of turn around yet. I don't really know. I think there's levels here that haven't quite been taken. That's a daily and that's a weekly level of higher time frame liquidity. Obviously, it's looking like it could, but there's nothing in there that feels that convincing. I don't think. June opened lower, obviously, as it did with euro dollar, but it doesn't feel necessarily as though the high's been put in yet. I don't know. Again, we just have to see later in the week. It's been trading. I mean, ever since here, it was a nice area, but then we saw that it came higher up to this potentially up to this 3-monthly kind of supply area, and then now we're just going to see what happens. So that's the DXY, euro dollar, pound dollar. I wanted to talk as well about let me just think. Yeah, pound Australian.
I was gonna say, Lara, where do you see pound dollar trading towards? Do you still see that sort of the current bullishness continuing up until that 3 months high? Or do you see the market at some point giving some sort of a sharp correction back down towards around sort of 1.29?
This level here, yeah, the one that I've got marked off as my high. For me personally, I'm just waiting for GU to basically turn around from somewhere in here. That is what I am thinking. We're kind of obviously the higher time frames, we know the higher time frames are king, and the dollar index is at a really important level and is not quite so closely correlated as EU, but I would say it would be nice to see some of these levels taken out. But personally, I can't really see why it would take a lot for it to go much, much higher, but it could be somewhere around here. So for me personally, on the higher time frames, I'm just waiting to see what happens next. I mean, we've had this really bullish weekly candle. What would be nice to see to give us some sort of a clue is maybe 3 days of breakouts, maybe to the upside to give us some kind of clue that it's going to get ready to reverse, and then maybe look for that inside bar again, or after the 3 days we potentially get straight away into an engulfment and look at that on the day, on the H1, on the EMAs. So yeah, personally, I feel like it's getting ready to turn around, especially with this pattern here. You know, that's your typical kind of second. You know, this feels like the third leg, but you know, you just kind of got to wait and see what happens, haven't you? And I would say this week as well is pretty key. So currently,
if I applied the cycles that I look at on there right now, like that is in the final stages, where the break has already taken place, the initial high after that has taken place, the third leg has pretty much already taken place, and now the market is sort of like accumulating within that crucial range. And obviously we could see price swipe and take out that high as like some sort of a liquidity purge move, and then after that we could see a very strong progressive reversal back to the downside.
Yeah, and that would be the nicest thing to see, is these two levels, like at least one of these levels taken out, hopefully. I mean, given that it's all the way up here, it'd be nice to see that weekly level of liquidity taken out. But yeah, I'm with you on that. That looks very much like the third wave kind of pattern, and we're up here. From the open high low close perspective, we've opened slightly lower. We've put in several days of higher price action, but as we know, there's quite a lot of news this week, so it could push up further before the drop. But I think we're in that, like you say, we're in that kind of pattern, and in the right location for that to happen.
Nice. Yeah, CPI numbers, maybe PPI numbers. We'll see.
Yeah. I want to talk about GBP Australian dollar, sterling Australian dollar. I've got my little notes on here because I always like to remind myself of what's going on. So on the higher time frame, again, we had all-time highs back here, but we've seen market push up with this kind of really nice sort of like recognizable pattern pushing all the way up to these levels again. And this one reached the 88.6, which, as I have noticed quite a lot, is the level for the second leg in a reversal pattern. We've had 3 months, 4 months of consecutive breakouts to the upside, followed by a massive wicking to that level. And then May was an inside month. So as I say, when you're at key levels and then you see this kind of price action and then you get an inside month, it feels like it's compressing and it's getting ready to kind of make its move. So we saw some typical kind of bearish price action there. So for me, pound Australian dollar is looking very, very bearish. How would I look to get in on this? Well, we got 3 breaks to the low, looking like, well, to see how today closes, but we've got 1, 2, 3 breakdown days since the start of June. That is quite a good signal for a bullish kind of bit of price action. So we might get to see some pullback up here and then possibly you could get in there. But just keeping an eye on kind of how this plays out. I think taking out some of these levels. Closing price yesterday looks like it's already been tapped. So it could be that it's already started some sort of descent. And I like to look at the 8-hour as well. Quite a nice time frame to give you clues for the higher time frame trades. And the EMAs are already starting to bend over and look as though they're starting to go bearish there. So GBP AUD bearish, and Euro AUD is pretty much the same kind of chart. Actually looks very, very similar. All the stuff that I mentioned earlier, you've got the same kind of levels having been hit, the same price action in the run up to those levels getting hit. New start, new month, new time rotation, kind of inside trading bars since June, since the month opened. So yeah, looking for your entry and depending on what time frame you look to trade. But for me, that's bearish bias and price rolling over from these levels. So that's GBP AUD and Euro AUD, very, very similar.
Nice.
Again, a bit in line with how I think you trade, Walter. So you kind of have this low put in place, and then you've got your pushes up, you use 3 legs, your 1, your 2, and the 3. And then I like to look for it with the triple tap as well at the end. So you get your kind of your 3 pushes to the high at the very end. So which is what we can see here before price kind of breaks down. So those would be 2 that are on the list to keep looking at for this week. Euro CAD, also looking at. So what we've got on Euro CAD is this really key level, institutional level on the weekly from where price broke down. We haven't, let's have a look. So we took out some quite key levels up here, took out that level of liquidity, and not quite that one, it's not quite there. But it does actually often do that without taking out the highest points. You've got key daily liquidity there that's been taken out. And the peaks or the sort of the points of liquidity, the ones that it seems to like the most are the ones that cause the sheer drop. So like if you have like this high up here, you can look at that, but then it kind of just led market to go into a sideways consolidation for a while. The ones that I think where it has the strongest reaction is where price just tanked from the level. So those, if I see that maybe the highest point's been missed, but there seems to be a reaction from the level that caused the very strong reaction, then usually that's kind of good enough. So we'll need to have a look at that. But again, you've got your three pushes to the high, and then bearish price action at the end of the month, and then just again here sideways consolidation at the end of last month. So what am I looking at here? Well, looks like we're going to probably, let's have a look. So last month was an inside month, and if you had a bearish bias, then you might be looking now for during June to see how the start of the month sets up. So where do we open? Let's have a look. So we kind of opened here, this level here, and then we traded up, and now we've kind of traded back down. So keeping an eye on that, and then seeing if you see price action that kind of falls in line with what your entry criteria are. Everyone's got different ways of getting into the market, but on a higher time frame, you might look to trade fractals, seeing price breakdown or your engulfment, and then pull back to fair value gaps to see about getting in on those lower time frames. But yeah, so for me, that's one to keep an eye on as well. Bearish on EuroCAD. And then what was the other one that I wanted to look at? Aussie dollar. Australian dollar. So bearish since forever, and then kind of pushed down to this liquidity down here. But we had this big rally up, and it has actually come to this EMA over the last couple of months. Pushed up to this EMA, and then starting to see reaction from these key sort of OT pullback levels on Australian dollar. And again, sideways consolidation plus kind of a 1, 2, 3 to the high. So again, looking this week to see what happens, given that, you know, there's another dollar correlated. So I think on the dollar correlated pairs, I'm definitely gonna kind of wait and see what reactions price has from the news this week. And as I said, because it's kind of like the first week of the month and into sort of end of the second week of the month might be where you see your high or low of the month getting put in place. So just kind of monitor fundamentals as well, and then just kind of taking your bias from there. So that's what I got for you.
Nice.
That's
Good job.
awesome.
All right.
Yeah. On my side, things been moving really fast. Couldn't get into a trade. I'll just quickly talk through it. The NASDAQ being the NASDAQ again.
Oh, the NASDAQ.
Yeah, so before I look at the other markets I follow, you're on the NASDAQ on a 5-minute time frame. As the 9:30 marker arrived, price basically... Is it on now? Yeah, price basically took out these high lows in one foul swoop and immediately reversed back up. You can see I had my order there. I'm going to cancel it because price already reached what I would have targeted. But just to quickly talk about the actual entry and what occurred after that, which looks like a classic liquidity sweep. Price basically comes down really hard. It takes out those previous lows or the high lows during the overnight session. And even as it does so on this black candle over here, I know some people use red candles. I know Walter likes using his green and black candles. But anyway, there was a fair value gap there that immediately got reversed, broke to the upside. So inverse fair value gap, immediately placed an order there. And the price just wasn't strong enough to get back into it. I could probably have been a bit more, how can I say, aggressive and use that fair value gap. It's been tested once, twice, 3, 4 times, and then lift off. But to be fair, the risk reward wouldn't have been that great. So unfortunately, I have to cancel that. It would have been a 1 to 2, very quick. This is now on the 1-minute time frame. And prices took out these clusters of highs, and now it's making its way back lower again. So I've been expecting that we're probably going to be range bound today. And obviously, as we've seen now, the NASDAQ beating NASDAQ, it's just been pretty wild. but still stuck within a range. But to go here to the S&P 500, not as strong move to the upside. This could potentially be a trade setup, but I'm very wary that if we're going to keep ranging today, that if you don't pick those spots at the bottom of the range, trying to trade the upside, or if you want to go short from the upside to the downside, then you're going to get chopped up here in the middle. You can just look left and see that it's pretty choppy. So S&P 500 might be an idea, as I mentioned, to take a long here. Same thing. Took out these higher lows here. And actually, there was a little bit of a gap here on the side that occurred really early morning, around about the Asia session. So that has just been filled, or not far from it, and now the S&P 500 is moving upwards. Yeah, I'm just gutted I missed that move on NASDAQ. It would have been a nice quick one. But anyway, let's move on.
Can't get it all.
Yeah, I actually want to look at the higher time frame perspective. Last week we were talking about, or I was talking about, the potential of price being stuck within a triangular formation. All right. Now, I had this red zone here for a couple of, I would say, more than a week as well. The price found resistance, and it finally broke above that, and then retested this downward sloping trend line. It did that actually, I think, yesterday during Sunday, or this morning very early, and now it's coming back to it again. Now, obviously, you have to sometimes change your mind. You can't just be hard set and say, "Oh, this was a triangle." It might still be an ascending triangle instead, something like that. Right? All price can come lower from here and then make its move to the upside. So that is still potential in my mind, with price being so close to that 64, 68 level that materialized here sort of towards the 22nd of April. When was that? 23rd of April. This might be an A, B, I don't know, C, D, E formation, and then do that. Or if it's an ascending triangle, maybe a bullish breakout where we had a type of a leading diagonal, and then do this, I don't know, B, C, D, E type of formation, then move upwards. So I'm changed my mind to a bit more of a bullish stance on crude oil. But I'm still expecting, if I want to buy into this, I'm not going to do it at the current levels. I'd like for price to retrace a little bit deeper, see if it can run some of these previous lows that were set towards the beginning of this month or last week, and then see if we can get an opportunity to the upside. Crude oil can obviously also move very fast, so this can very quickly be invalidated, the idea of the bullish bias. But I'm still playing or toying with the idea that, maybe this is, a bullish type of pattern rather than a bearish one that I initially thought might be, explain what price has been doing. NASDAQ on the 4-hour, very close to all-time highs. Definitely looks like it's heading towards there. Not far off from there. I've been hearing a lot of guys saying that a lot of divergences are starting to kick in on these indices. But as you probably know, if you look at divergences, especially during very strong trending markets, they can continue for ages and ages, right? So it's, I think, more important to look at divergences when, and I might actually pick that up or show it on the chart if price actually reaches these all-time highs. But I've also heard a lot of guys being very fearful, saying that this could be some sort of an ending diagonal. And ending diagonals typically end in tears. Only the last formation in a bullish or bearish sequence. If that is the case, and price would to continue higher, then the ink is still pretty far off that upper sort of sloping trend line. That's around 21,983, which is then very close to the all-time highs again. So maybe I'm still bullish. We might just see this sort of like for zigzag formation rather than sort of a blow off top into the highs. but rather sort of like a move to break that, and then we'll take it from there. Right, see what happens.
So right now you're just gonna wait this out before it sort of breaks out of that wedge.
Well, if it is a wedge, what could happen here, and this we'll probably know by after the CPI and PPI numbers, prices starts doing this, then it's not a wedge anymore.
Yeah, and it's not a wedge anymore, right?
No, it is a wedge until it's not a wedge. So obviously we'll have to know what price action is doing. But we got this lower trend line that's been respected really well here, and I'm now on the SPX 500 or the ES. And I mean, some people will draw these wedges different than others. On this chart, we're there already, but still not too far off the all-time highs, but a little bit further off than the NASDAQ would be, right? So is that a wedge? Is it not? Who knows? Again, I've been expecting sideways price action to kick off this week. Yes, been very volatile here on the NASI. SPX sort of not doing the thing like the NASDAQ's doing at the moment. But it might take a few days before we really start getting a clearer picture of whether we're going to reach those all-time highs very quickly or whether we're still going to, I don't know, first see some more decline before some more upside. But it definitely does look like the indices, at least the US indices, will reach those all-time highs. Not, I won't say will, but I think there's a very good chance that they will.
There's a good chance, yeah.
Maybe very, very soon as well. So that's me, guys. Like I mentioned, I want to take a long down the NASDAQ, just move too quick. I'm not going to get involved in this range. I'll trade the bottom of it. Maybe if price can take out the overnight session high and then reverse back into that range, maybe that's a trade setup. Who knows?
Yeah.
We got these highs then obviously are from Friday as well, right? This cluster of highs that I think is also attainable today. I don't know why my chart's being all weird here, but let's just zoom out a little bit, gain a bit of perspective. Then maybe here on the smaller time frame, I don't know, got some wedge price action as well. Not a wedge, maybe ascending triangle. So bullish, but we pretty much stuck within sort of this ending of last week's ending time when the indices closed. When was that? Right, 16.15. Remember, we had that massive move out of the NFP numbers, and then prices pretty much got stuck in a ranging environment. So
yeah,
we're stuck in a range pretty much. It's very clear to see. Very volatile. Now, whether you want to use Elliott wave patterns or whatever for that, I think you've got an ascending, descending triangle, whatever the case might be. In this case, potentially an ascending triangle. I'll be very, very cautious trading inside of this range. I think you're just going to get chopped out. So maybe we'll have to wait.
Very easy to get chopped up in there.
Yeah. So we'll have to just wait and see how things materialize the rest of this week. Maybe wait until Wednesday. Maybe get some opportunities intraday, like today, on a smaller time frames. You can hit those small opportunities, but if you're trading a range, you've got to go really pick those areas you want to trade and be in and out very, very quick.
You need to be very nimble. If not, you get taken for a ride. What are you looking at on oil right now?
Crude oil, like I said here on the higher time frame, if I just had to look at what's happening here on the higher time frame, I think this does have some sort of an ascending triangle formation look and feel to it. Right? I don't think we're just going to get a clear break above that 64.68. We might get very close to it, maybe make a double top with it, or get very close to it and start moving lower. If we start getting
there's a very clear price squeeze to the upside.
Yeah. So if we can get a deeper decline towards the 62 level, then I would like to try and trade this, maybe a swing trade to the upside. See if we can just hold on a little bit and not day trade it. So yeah, that's my view on crude oil. How's your gold trade? Did you get triggered into that trade, Walter?
Well, it's going great. I mean, my original position is still active, and the new entry didn't get triggered, so I'll just share my trade. So the one for the Hola Prime account didn't get triggered. There we go. Yeah, so the original trade is moving really well. Price is like now breaking outside of this 15 minutes range. So this is the initial range at the start of the session. Obviously, we saw that bearish move below the range. The market sort of came above the range briefly, was failed to hold, came back to retest the order block, and now we're seeing a breakout. So if this 15 minutes kind of closes outside of this range, most likely we're going to see price keep on flying to the upside.
Nice.
Yeah, so this is moving nicely. As for Bitcoin, yeah, so this is nice. So this is actually, so I'm still bullish on this. I could take an entry on this now that price is essentially given that sort of move into this order block, took out the low, sort of almost retested this daily BST, but didn't quite. Well, let me just make sure. It just depends on if my line is on point or not. It's 4 hour, not daily. There we go. Oh yeah, so it was just a little bit off. There we go. So yeah, we did have a retest of the H4 BST. So yeah, so I do see potential of the market continuing to the upside. I want to see how this kind of closes on the 30 minutes time frame. If it closes back in this box, so what is that box? That 30 minutes box is the imbalance right there. So if the market closes back in this imbalance, I'm gonna just place a new pen in order and look to take that long for a 1 to 2. So that's just going to be the trade on this. So yeah, but I mean, for me with Bitcoin right now, it's nothing crazy for me right now. The main move has already taken place. What this is simply a leftover of what's already happened. What I wanted to talk about though was just sort of like just a brief overview of fundamentals. So just a few data that I've been watching for some time now that gives me an idea of, because the thing is, gold has been, in my opinion, overly extended for quite some time. We've seen, obviously, like if we take a look on the weekly time frame, right, we've seen prices sort of like being on this constant. Of course, like gold is bullish for a while. It most likely will keep bullish for a while. That's just what it is. It's an appreciating asset, and that's why it's considered a safe haven commodity. But when we take a look, of course, like on the smaller time frame, of course, after periods of rally, gold will usually have a prolonged period of accumulation before any sort of like new highs are created. So this year, for like the first 3 to 4 months of this year, we've seen sort of gold just like pumping higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Right, and I do see that, and I do think that it's almost imminent that we are going to see some sort of a correction that will leave price trading in a new range for a period of time, right? So it's a question of when that's going to happen, and a big determinant of that is actually fundamentals. So whether gold is going to keep rallying above 3,500, or whether it maintains its level and finds a new sort of area of comfort around this new price point, is very contingent on where the dollar is going to be and how the dollar reacts. Of course, like, I know, Lara, you've covered the DXY in terms of where it's currently sitting. It's sitting at a very key level where it could either we could see a very strong reaction off that level and the market could correct to the upside, or B, if the market were to break that level, we could see more downside on the dollar, which obviously doesn't look good in the long run. But also another factor that will determine if the dollar is going to keep rallying and dropping is also 3 things. So first is, of course, employment rate. Second is inflation. And the third is interest rate. So with the employment statistics, like the employment data, I've got no issue with. It's been actually doing really good. By the way, like what you were referring to, Richard, was this when NFP went crazy for a while. This is in 2020. I saw this sort of wide swing. But recent data has been very consistent, right? I mean, last Friday, we saw NFP stay at 139K. So we saw, obviously, more new jobs were created. Unemployment rate held its level. compared to where it was last month and the month previous. So we're not seeing an increase in unemployment. We're seeing new jobs are created. So it does look like the American economy is recovering, and we're seeing some sort of like new business coming in. Now, if we take a look at inflation, because inflation data is something that the Fed has had its eye on for a while now, inflation has also been really, really good. And if we consider where inflation was in 2022, when it was sitting at something like 9%, relative to where it is now, it's been really good. It's been steadily dropping to the target level. So the Fed target level for inflation is 2%, right? So this is where the Fed is trying to get inflation rate to. If inflation does go to 2%, then they are going to consider dropping interest rates in the future. So right now, I do believe like we are going to see interest rate beginning to decline in the coming months ahead. But the moment we see that happen, that is when I believe we are going to see gold beginning to sort of either stabilize, or we could see gold give one more high before a very aggressive reversal to the downside, and then we could see that reversal sort of, we could see that low sustained for some time. Because then if we take a look now at where the interest rate decision has been for the past few months, right, it's been very steady. So it's very clear the Fed right now, they're not really looking to increase interest rates to where it was before. They're interested in either doing two things, in either leaving interest rate where it is or reducing interest rates. But the reducing interest rate is going to be very dependent on if inflation keeps on falling. So inflation data is something we should definitely like keep a very close eye on over the next few weeks, because if we do see a further decline in inflation, then there is a very high likelihood that the interest rate is likely going to drop. And a lower interest rate for the dollar within the context of the current economic situation that America is in is a good thing for the dollar, right? Because we could actually see this feed into some sort of dollar recovery in the coming months if we do see interest rate beginning to drop. And a dollar recovery is going to mean what? A dollar recovery is going to mean gold will potentially beginning to would begin to see lower prices. So these are just three things that I'm sort of like always waiting in to sort of see, okay, where was this last month? Where are we this month? And what does this mean for next month? So as we're sort of like now going into the summer months, we're going into the mid of the year where a lot of holiday people are going to be taking holidays. The market is going to begin to have a new dynamic where it typically just doesn't really want to do much. It doesn't want to create new highs, doesn't want to create new lows. And I do believe that that's when we are going to see gold beginning to either give a very, very sharp reaction to the downside. And if we do see that, then we are potentially going to see the dollar beginning to give a bullish reversal to the upside. So that's what I wanted to just touch on in terms of where I'm at mentally for fundamentals. I'm very bullish on interest rate falling in the coming months ahead, just purely because inflation has been doing really good. Inflation has been on a steady decline, and unemployment has been steady, and new jobs are being created pretty much every single month. So so that's that. I'm not sure if you guys have anything else that you wanted to add to this in terms of any further insights on how you think these three things would affect the dollar in the coming weeks ahead or months ahead even.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I think it's key, and I think it's super interesting looking at the technicals and then how they translate with the fundamentals, isn't it? But if you look at the interest rate cuts that we've had here in Europe and in the UK, and the Fed have maintained, haven't they? So are we going to see them follow suit next time around, or it's all just stuff to. It's super interesting, isn't it? I think a lot of traders don't look at the fundamentals at all. I just feel like it's both, isn't it? Like it's both. For me personally, it's got to be hand in hand.
Yeah, I mean it depends on how one trades, right? Some traders trade purely and it depends on the level you trade at. Like if you are trading, for example, in a mutual fund, or if you are trading private assets, most likely fundamentals would be a very big part of your analysis, because that will determine your hold, how you split your portfolio over time. Because obviously you're looking at more of the bigger picture. But of course, if you're day trading or you're trading at a retail level, then of course people tend to think fundamentals are not really that important because you're just very focused on what price is doing within 1 hour, within 15 minutes, within 4 hours. You're not really bothered about quarterly or monthly or yearly.
Yeah. And tell me those charts that you pulled up there, Walter, with the economic data. Where did you find those? I know it's on TradingView.
These are on TradingView. So the NFP one is just US NFP on TradingView, and that comes up. And then so this every month so whenever there's new NFP data, it just gets added on, so you can sort of see what the last few months. So obviously last week Friday was 139K. Before that was 146. And then before that was 186. So you can sort of like track this over time. So you can see that that's been steadily falling. And then for the inflation is USIRYY. So that's the ticker for it.
Nice. Yeah, I prefer the line
so
chart.
again, you can sort of
visualizing that in that way. Because some of the websites have the columns, or I just it gets a bit much.
Yeah, I'm a visual person, so I definitely like to see the numbers painted in a picture for me. And then there's USINTR. So this is the one for US interest rate.
US interest rates, nice. Very
That's
nice.
a really nice way of looking at it.
Sorry?
It's a really nice way of looking at it from a visual perspective. I try and track some of these for the major currency pairs, but I've kind of got old school kind of spreadsheet system, and you can't get these unless it's the US ones, obviously. But that is a really nice way of looking at it. Nice.
Absolutely.
And another cool thing is you can see correlations like this as well. So what I like to do is sometimes overlay. So like in this case, like overlaying US interest rates with gold, right? And I know it's not always obvious, but there is like a correlation with when US interest rates. So let me just try and get this into a perspective. Put it 3 months, maybe 1 month. There we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. Better. Yeah, so there is a bit of I wouldn't say it's a strong correlation, but there is like a bit of a pattern where when interest rate is sort of like increasing for the dollar, gold is either holding its level or declining. And then vice versa, like when we see interest rate falling, we can see gold sort of like beginning to rally in those periods as well. So it's kind of like something to like, it's like you can see visually how sort of that relationship happens, but of course it's not a causal thing necessarily. But there is economically speaking, there is a reason why investors would want to put their money on gold when the US dollar has a low interest rate, because of course if the yield for their dollar is not that great, and they will get a better yield in the commodities market, then of course they would move their money from the cash market into commodities. So there is an economic reason for that. Lower interest rates, investors don't want to leave the cash there because they wouldn't get great returns, so they would move it into commodities instead. But yeah, so that's why I like the video, because then it's easy to overlay and sort of like see the dynamics of different markets and how they interrelate with each other.
Really interesting.
Come on, gold dollar, give me a nice TP hit to start the week today. I will be incredibly happy 1 to 4 to have a week starting with a 1 to 4 risk reward. That is a good omen for a good week.
The right mindset for the whole of the rest of the week, Walter, isn't it?
Yeah.
How our brains,
I love.
Yeah, it's just that kind of opening sentiment, not of the market, of ourselves, of our own brains, So like if you start, it's going to change how you approach the rest of the week. That's what we've got to try and get to the point where we don't allow that to happen, but it does happen.
Nice one.
No, but it's a good, the way I imagine it is like, it's a good cushion, because like the way that I trade, for example, I take 1% risk per trade. if I start my week with a 1 to 4 risk to win to R to R, that's a 4% gain. So now what that gives me is a cushion for the rest of the week.
Yeah.
So even if I have, all I need is one more profitable day this week and I'm ending my week in profit, right? So even if I have 3 losing days this week, for me, it's not going to hit me that bad. So, so it's just like maintaining that sort of consistency over the next few days of taking high quality trades and making as little mistakes as possible is going to be very important.
Right.
Do you
But
find
Bitcoin is doing good.
It's nice having the peace of mind.
Yeah.
But it's also, I think a lot of beginner traders, like, you get that ego as well. It's like very easily.
Ooh, the moment you get egotistical, the market will humble you. The market will, the market feeds on ego.
Yeah. Stick to your guns.
It's kind of like, it's kind of like in Harry Potter, the Dementors are the feed on happiness. When they sense happiness, they come for it. So the moment your ego begins to get big, the market can sense that, and it will come and sort of like suck it away from you slowly.
Very
I've got a couple
slowly.
of questions about your strategy and your entry on Bitcoin, if that's all right. But more generally, your strategy. Well, let's talk about Bitcoin first, then, since you brought that up. So you were talking about that M15 fair value gap, which you are saying that if price inverts that fair value gap, you're going to take a long position. Is
Correct.
that right?
Yeah,
and you would take that immediately on the close of that candle, would you? You don't wait for that inverted fair value gap to get tested in your strategy.
So I'll take a pending order. So I'll take a pending order at the order block. Yeah, so I'll take a pending order at the order block. Stop goes below the low. And again, that target is still going to be at the close of the 1 hour fair value gap to the left. Yeah, the market could potentially rally, take out this high, but when the market has already been overextended like this, yes, there is a likelihood to keep on rallying, but why do you want to test the waters?
You don't want to. Yeah, there's no need to swing for the.
Yeah, but this is a really big bullish candle. The market could easily give 2 more bullish candles like this. But let me see what the measured move would be if the market did that. Because I'm sure that would take price back to the all-time high. Yes, it will. Yeah, so if there is another candle like this, then price is probably going to go to all-time high.
Yeah.
As a big swing to the upside. Anyways, I like to take my trades piecemeal, so just to the next level, and then after price breaks or rejects, then after that, we'll see if price breaks, and then I'll take it to the level after that.
Yeah. And then my other question, just out of interest, was your gold trading strategy. I know you trade the 15 minutes. Do you find Mondays, do you get the same kind of results on Mondays as every other day? I know if you see your setup, you'll take it even if it's a Monday, but I'm just interested in price action on gold on Mondays compared with the rest of the week for your trade style.
It doesn't actually, day of the week doesn't make a difference for me. Like the setup itself shows on Mondays to Friday. And if it shows and I trade accordingly, like my most profitable days of the week is usually midweek. So usually from Wednesdays to Thursdays, those are the days where I get my big runners. But Mondays, Tuesdays, and Fridays would also give good setups. And if price does move in line with that, and if I do identify it in the right way and I do trade in the right way, then the potential average yield is anywhere from a 1 to 2 to a 1 to 4. But I also find that there are some Mondays where I'm a little bit, so if my performance, because in the past I used to actually evaluate this based on days of the week, and my Mondays and Friday performance was bad relative to the rest of the week. And I used to evaluate this, and I used to think, why is this happening? Is it because of the market, or is it because of me? And I actually realized that it was because of me, right? Because the setups on Mondays and Fridays, it wasn't actually any different to took place on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. But why is it that on Mondays and Fridays in the past, like I wasn't able to see it and trade accordingly? Was because usually on Mondays is like the start of the week. Psychologically, I'm just like starting my day. So for whatever reason, I'm not like warmed up. And then it's like I just like sort of start the week and then I take what I see, and then sometimes I'm not seeing the right thing and I end up taking a loss. And then Fridays,
Yeah.
because I'm usually fatigued at the end of the week, and because of that fatigue, I kind of just want the week to end and I end up taking like really rubbish trades. So
You
it was
want
more
it.
of a psychological thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I guess you also want to start the week off with, on a good foot as well, psychologically.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like this, there is also this
Like
eagerness
you
to
did
start the
now.
week on a good note. And then that
Yeah.
eagerness leads to mistakes happening and leads
Yeah.
to messing up.
Yeah.
So for me, like the solution to this was when I actually stopped trading, because I used to trade all the pound and euro products. So I stopped trading all the pound and euro products, and I just boiled down to pound, dollar, euro, dollar initially. And then I realized that, hold up, actually the weekday doesn't matter. That's when I realized it was a psychological thing. So when I started just trading gold on its own, setups like on Mondays were beautiful, just as beautiful as the setups that I'll see on Thursday. So then I just trained myself to be ready on a trading day on Monday. So like every Monday, for example, I wake up super early and I do like an hour of forward testing on the platform called Traders Connect, where basically like you can access a lot of historical data. And yeah, so I do like an hours of back testing on gold, my strategy. I still do that till today, and that's what actually warms me up on Monday, so that I don't
Yeah.
like make stupid mistakes that I used to make in the past.
So with your strategy, basically what you're saying is it all coming back to the psychology, the mindset for you, the start of the week, the end of the week being your kind of vulnerable points, if you like, fatigue at the end of the week and eagerness at the beginning of the week. And actually there was no difference in the setups, how you kind of entered the market in your mindset. It's just so fascinating. Well, to me it is, but it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, there's a lot of traders.
Mondays are actually the easiest days because a lot of the time with the way the market moves on Monday is very determined to how the market closes on Friday. So for example, Friday was super bearish. And for me, I was very sure today was going to be a buy day, a bullish day. And a lot of the time, like if we see, for example, on Friday, the market, so let's say Thursday, the market was really bearish, heading towards a daily low. And then on Friday, the market accumulated and held its level. 99% of the time, Monday, we're going to see a drop to the downside towards that daily low, a continuation of Thursday's move. So yeah, a lot of the time, Monday's movement is determined by what happened on Friday, and of course, whether that's the follow through to what happened on Thursday. So I do find that Monday is the easiest day of the week to read price, but because of that, there can come some sort of overconfidence and an eagerness that obviously, if I'm like, oh, today's a buy day, I want to buy. And then what happens is I then do not wait for the market to take out the H4 sell side liquidity levels and I to start buying immediately, then of course I'll take a loss on that. But if I simply wait for all of this to happen in Asia and then London open, I have my opportunity and then I place my pen in order and the price comes down and ping me in, then for me, I'm just following my system. I'm not being eager, I'm not being impatient. I'm just following through my system and allowing price to do what price needs to do.
And then for you to get into that mindset of not being kind of too eager is your forward testing. What you're saying is you're forward testing as soon as you wake up, and that gets you kind of warmed up for the week. And that's what's helping you to kind of view Mondays as any other day, really. Because obviously, stop. I think we do shift into a different mindset when the market's closed. I mean, obviously, I know you trade crypto, but for everything else, like you 2 days off, it's your brain's going elsewhere then, isn't it? And it's kind of in a different state away from the kind of the financial market. So it's a really good, I like that as an idea to kind of wake up early and do some either back testing, forward testing first thing on a Monday to get you kind of warmed up. It's like free stretching.
I used to do it every day.
Yeah.
No, it is because I don't know why people don't think of trading like sports. If you go to the gym, you need to warm up before you start lifting heavy.
Yeah.
If you play any sport, you need to warm up before you go on the football field. And trading is exactly the same. You want to put money in on the market. You want to look for opportunities. You need to warm up. You need to warm up your brain. You need to warm up your habits. You need to warm up your system. You just need to warm up. And for me, like that warm up phase is so important at the start of the day. Like I used to do it like religiously every single day. But now I've scaled back to do it at the start of the week and the middle of the week. So like Monday, I forward test early in the morning, and then Wednesday, I forward test early in the morning. That just ensures that I'm sort of like warmed up on Monday and warmed up on Wednesday.
Yeah, it helps you get in tune with the market as well, right? So, I mean, you would often say, like, let's say I expect this to happen today. Like we said there on Bitcoin, depends on how today's closed. What you might expect for the next day. So constantly trying to be in tune with the markets you're trading.
Absolutely.
So definitely very important for me as well. I like to, even before these sessions, you sit there for quite some time, looking at things. Where's the Asian highs, lows, that sort of thing, London high, lows, what could potentially happen, what is the game plan?
Yeah.
I think in the beginning, I would just like open the PC and you say like, I've got now half an hour or an hour to trade. I must trade, which is the wrong approach.
Yeah.
And
that's
especially
a very bad approach.
Especially on a Monday, because I see so much on social media, and it's kind of natural if you enjoy trading, people struggling at the weekend because the market's not open. So come Monday, like bull out of a gate, as some say. Market's open, it's like straight in, both feet. Whereas really, you've got to take that time to warm back up and kind of get in tune.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, it's like even if you think about it, if you actually have a job or you do something, like a lot of the time Mondays are people's usually slow days in companies, because this day people are coming in, it's sort of like at a weekend, relaxed, so they're a bit more chilled, and then people usually get into gear in work mode, usually like Tuesday going into Wednesday, and that's when like productivity starts picking up, and I feel like, because obviously for me, like trading is literally a job. It's my job, and I don't treat it as, oh, this is just a way for me to make a lot of money. It's for me a day job. It's like the market is my boss, or I'm my own boss, but I have a trading journal that dictates my decisions on what I do. But if you want to perform really well, you just got to go the extra amount to do certain things that most people wouldn't naturally do.
Yeah.
And if you don't follow your rules or your methodology, you should get fired.
Oh yeah. But then people wouldn't typically fire themselves, right? So I used to have a punishment and a reward system in the past where, like, I had a jar in front of me, and whenever I traded took a trade against my rule, I'll take a pebble and I'll put it in the bad jar, and then I would punish myself. Well, my punishment system changed. I don't do that anymore. But this is how I discipline myself in early days. But then my punishment system was stuff like, I denied myself like watching anime, for example. Like, you're not allowed to watch the new episode that's coming out, because I had a new episode of the anime every weekend. I was so excited for it. If I broke a rule this week, I wasn't allowed to watch the episode on Sunday, and that worked, because damn, like, yeah.
I thought you were going to say you're going to eat the pebble, Walter.
That's just
the punishment, you eat as much pebble.
Yeah. When you can be accountable to yourself, even for when you're punishing, in double quotes, yourself, that's also discipline, isn't it? Because nobody would have known, So that shows how mind strength plays into everything.
Well, it's discipline, but that's being true to yourself. It's being, what's the word for it? It's having integrity, right? And of course, like, that's a character trait. You need to have, like, having integrity is so important. Having integrity in your discipline is so important. Without integrity, you can't maintain certain rigors of discipline. And I think, like, with trading, it's so important to have that. It's like, if you're telling yourself, okay, if I do this, I reward myself. If I do this, I punish myself. You need to have the integrity to follow that through. And if you don't have the integrity to even follow that through, then the question is, should you really be trading? Should you really be working for yourself? Because let's say you're not even trading. Let's say you're self-employed, you're an entrepreneur, you have a startup. You need to have integrity in your startup.
How you do anything is how you do everything. But what you do when no one's looking is how you perform when no one's looking tells you so much about you as a person. There's your answer. There's your clues. Is what do you do when no one's looking? When no one's there to pat you on the back? That's kind of everything. I think it tells you a lot about that.
Also think
so what I've just done, sorry,
yeah,
I'll just take in some trades now. I just placed a buy stop order just above this. If we go on the 5 minutes, a bit more obvious actually. So if we look at this 5 minutes order block, I placed a buy stop order just to the eye of the order block. Stop goes below the low. And then my target is the H1 high, which is where I'm aiming to get like a 1 to 2.5. And then, so that's for gold. So it looks like that order is just triggered. And then for Bitcoin, I'm also long on this, but I placed a pending order, as I mentioned earlier, at the order block. Yeah. Stop goes below that low. Well, it's not this low, just below the low of the order block itself. And then my take profit goes at the low of that H1 fair value gap. So again, the potential risk reward on this is a 1 to 2. So yeah, so that's that. Just let's see how these run over the next few hours.
Will you keep those pending orders there, Walter, if they're not filled before you go to bed, or would you actually just cancel them if you're not?
Oh no, if they haven't been triggered before bed, I would usually just delete them.
Gotcha. Awesome.
I mean, I'm already in this on my personal account, so this one I'm letting it run. Even if I go to bed, it hasn't a TP. I'm letting it run into New York afternoon. Because one of two things, like my original entry on this is right here on my stop. So I have a good entry on this. So I'd rather just let this run into tomorrow, see how it works. If it doesn't hit TP tonight, then it is what it is.
Yeah. Nice. To our viewers, any questions? We still have a few minutes left. I think, 3 minutes or so? Please do ask.
How you do anything is how you do everything. My favorite saying. One of my mentors used to tell me that quite a lot, and that really stuck with me actually.
So true, isn't it?
I heard that. Yeah.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my girlfriend uses that to attack me now, because I used to tell her this quite a lot, and whenever I do something that may not be consistent with what I'll do in other situations, she would just be like, "Yeah, but I thought how you do anything is how you do everything. You shouldn't be doing that." I'm just like, "Oh, fuck, you're right."
Being a human means that you can look at the 80-20 kind of 80% still kind of is how you are as a human. So what you're doing 80% of the time, you're going to have those moments of doing something different 20% of the time. Otherwise, you'd be a robot, not a human. So if you're getting picked up on those 20%, that's just clever.
Well, you can't just have everything your way all the time.
But yeah, you're right. It's integrity, and I think integrity in that saying is determination, integrity. All of it comes into it, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, 100%. Ooh, let's see. I can't believe Bitcoin hit that daily high today. I thought it wasn't going to happen until tomorrow. Damn.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right, guys, I think, how's the time looking there? Oh, we got a few seconds. Again, to all our viewers, thanks for joining us. Again, we still have a minute or so. Any questions, please ask. Or otherwise stay for our next round of mentors or coaches, whatever you would like to call them. Yeah. I think that's it for today, guys.
It's a wrap.
Good trading, Walter. It's a wrap.
Thank you.
Nice
You
seeing
two
you
guys
again,
as
Lara.
well. Amazing training
See
today.
you next Monday, I suppose. Once a week.
Love
And
to see you
Walter,
both
to see you.
next Monday. Yeah.
Awesome. Have a good
You
one.
too. Great to see both of you as well.
Nice seeing you.
All the best, guys.
Just
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Igor and Paul, how's it going, guys?
Hello,
Igor.
Jannie. Hello.
How you guys doing? All right.
Let's find out.
I like your background.
Everything is all right.
You always have a different background.
You talk about Igor because it does look pretty
No.
swish.
No, I'm talking about you.
Oh yeah, I moved
Paul.
house the other day. It's fine.
Oh, did you?
I'm moving parts of the country, so it's a different house.
Okay.
So I haven't had any sleep.
Hey.
So you know,
Nice.
Robert is here. Hey, Robert, how you doing, man?
he's already here. Wow, Robert, great to see you.
I was wondering if you're going
Hi,
to be
Robert.
here. I wasn't sure. Is Robert going to be part of the protest there in Adelaide? Is he going to be here? Glad to see you.
Oh, is Robert living in LA?
He's in California, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's stay away from that conversation. Perhaps not good things.
Yeah. All right. So, how did you find the markets today? I thought it was very slow, apart from Bitcoin made a little bit of a move. So, I'm actually thinking there could potentially be a short position lining up. So, I'll show you that. And then you can tell me what you think. Yeah, Robert says Paul has accumulated a bunch of houses over his time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
He's
just
good
not
at-
sexy as that. I'm really sorry. It's just not.
All right, so this is Bitcoin. So obviously we've moved. The weekend candles are not shown on the Hola Prime MT5 platform, but you see this diagonal line. We are in here for a third touch. So I looked at the 1 hour. It did reject there, but you see the new candle needs to follow through there, right? You need to see that continuation in price action. We didn't get that. So now what you can do, or what I typically do, is I now need to find some sort of pattern, and it's usually a double top or a head and shoulders. Very rarely is it like a descending triangle or something of that sort. So if you go to the 15-minute time frame, we are getting, this is that first pivot, if you will, and then we came all the way back up right to that resistance level, okay, or that previous high. So we could potentially, obviously it's not a double top until it's confirmed, but if this comes lower and breaks this low here, then that would be a confirmed double top. And the reason for the trade is not the double top, it's the third touch. Okay, so the premise is always something else, and then the reason for the entry still needs to make sense. So there needs to be a reason why you enter the trade. So this could potentially come lower and break that low. That's when I'll be interested in taking a short in Bitcoin. But if it doesn't do that, then I'm just going to stand back, and then because this could just range and form like a sideways consolidation and then break out higher, okay? Because you've got that first leg up above that diagonal line, so you could now form a range and then break out higher. But for now, I'll be watching for a potential double top formation. Yeah. And yeah, so then that's the only time I'll take a trade. I don't think I'll be taking a long right now, just because we at this that third touch. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if I get it. It definitely won't be in this session. I don't think so. This is we'll probably get 6 candles, right? No, not probably. We will get 6 15-minute candles in the session. So maybe it happens in the session. We'll see what happens. Okay, so obviously interesting to get your take on this, Paul, when you take over. Then I just quickly want to go over to the pound US dollar. Igor. Now I'm still in that. I'm still in that trade.
Your long trade from Friday.
Yeah, I'm still in that trade. Look,
Nice, man.
I opened
Nice.
on the 4th of June. So
Nice.
when was the 4th of June? Oh my god, it was Wednesday. Took it on Wednesday. Yeah, but
You become institutional trader, yes.
but it's not. It's not doing. I honestly, I did.
I knew I'd get him at some point.
Yeah.
Yes.
I did think I was going to lose this trade on Friday because it was coming. This is my entry year. I don't know if you can see it. So it came, and this is my stop loss. So it did come quite not. This is the 1 hour time frame, so it's not that close. But it found again support at this level here, which was the reason for this the entry in the first place, coming off that support. So it just bounced off that support level again. But it's not the most beautiful price action. It's a bit messy. So I'll just leave it open. I'm still obviously bullish on the pound US dollar. If I do lose this one, then I'll do. I'll look at potential new entries. But for now, I'm just going to stay I'm just going to stay in the trade and let it either. If it stops me out, then that's fine. It's not a problem for me. It's as I've said many times, it's the mistakes. The mistakes are a problem. But if I didn't close this trade over here, this is the bounce of the weekly resistance. Much better position. I'm not as well placed over here, and I know that. Okay, but it's not a bad place either. Okay, because it is a pretty strong support level there. So we'll see. But I think we will move away from this level to the upside. So we'll see what happens with that one. What do you think about that, Igor?
I'm just entered. I think 10 minutes ago, I made a buy trade for British pound dollar, and I'm 100% long.
You mean all in? You go in all.
100%.
You're 100% in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a bad. Okay. Yeah. Okay. You mean on that this little turn? That's where you entered when you saw prices pushing away back to the upside. Yeah. Okay. I guess that's a yes. Oh, I don't go protesting if I agree or disagree with anything, says Robert. Yeah. That sounds like hard work, to be honest.
It sounds like
protesting.
Fulfilling your constitutional rights to me.
Yeah, but I mean, would you put in the effort?
Well, as a former teacher in my country, there's been a lot of things which I've wanted to protest about. Obviously, it's in the UK, so potentially just a little bit more civilized with scones and tea. But
yeah, your little picnic basket. Ooh, we're going to protest.
Would you mind just putting a bit of jam on this? No, it's just that's all kind of a little bit different. But yeah, very difficult times, Robert. So I hope you're okay. Hope everyone's safe.
Yeah, not easy. All right, so the pound US dollar, I'm definitely long. I'm still bullish, and I think on the daily as well. If you look, I do like this. I just hope we can end with something like this, and I think tomorrow we can probably push higher. What the hell was that? So anyway, long on the pound US dollar, still in the same trade. On Wednesday, I'll be in the trade for a week. So come on, pound US dollar, get out of this rut of yours, just moving to the side. That was very similar to Bitcoin when I was in that trade for a week as well, I think. And there was this sideways consolidation for 2 or 3 days that just nothing happens, and then finally it moved. So we kind of in something similar, yeah. I'll just keep an eye on this Bitcoin thing. If this just now breaks that high and moves higher, then obviously this idea will be dead in the water. Okay, so that's Bitcoin and the pound US dollar. Now on gold, guys, what do you make of gold? I do not get a clear picture on gold. You see, we had this diagonal line. We had that third touch. Okay, so that was the last trade I took on gold, and then we pushed higher, so we broke this diagonal line. Can I just move this? Oh shit, like that. Okay, so we broke that diagonal line, and then we came back, and it looked like that was potentially an opportunity. But I didn't. I just. Where was that 50% Fibonacci retracement level trade that I took? I can't even remember. I think it was over here. and then I got out of it. Remember, like in the session, I just thought, no, I don't like it, and I just got out, and it did move. It did move quite higher, but right now, I don't get a very clean read on gold. What, like, if I just zoom out here, maybe you guys can kind of chip in here. You see, the picture for me is, well, I've said it a few times now. It's just not clear. I'm not bullish or bearish on the pound. On gold. It's just a bit difficult to, because we're back below this this resistance level here. Back below it. But let's have a look at the 4-hour time frame. I mean, it's just not. Especially if you look immediately to your left. You see, I'm not convinced that we. It's just not clear to me. Well, what do you guys make of this? If you look at this this gold chart, do you also feel like it's a bit of a difficult read at the moment? It's not a clean read.
If for me, intraday, I'm bullish, and from the beginning of the day, you can see the price is above the VWAP and pushing higher this day. However, when I watch a 4-hour chart and everything before today, it's look bearish. So intraday, I'm bullish. On 4-hour chart, I'm bearish. Something like that.
Okay.
I'm bearish.
You bearish?
Yeah.
Why? Why are you bearish? Just because of this resistance level, or?
And another one which is not on the chart. Again, just first glance, of course. You've been spending a lot more time with this chart, so I'll happily defer to you and Igor here. But there's a diagonal line offering support to the price action following the following this little bit of a run up above the red line. And if you draw that, you'll notice we're also bearishly retesting that as well.
Yeah, but what about the fact that we are? Let me just quickly show you this. If I extend this line, would you not say that we're coming off support here of this diagonal, this diagonal line that we broke, and now we potentially finding some.
You're totally right, and it's trying to find the correct bias. I think we are a bit in the middle for sure. So you're absolutely right. I mean, so then therefore, if we put your ideas and my ideas together, we're neutral, really, aren't we?
Yeah, that's exactly my take. Like it's a bit difficult to. I think like if we can break above this level again, that 3333.33. Yes. Wow, no, 3333.34. I think if we can break above that, then that would definitely look more bullish than bearish. So let's see what happens. But even if it does, it's not the prettiest of setups. It's not a clear. Oh, that's a very obvious bounce kind of setup. And I like to wait for those kind of setups. So anyway, let's add a few candles to the chart, and we'll see what it looks like tomorrow. But for now, neutral. And then the NASDAQ has now. Obviously it's still early in the day, but we still haven't really. We're definitely edging to the upside. I've got this little ascending triangle here, and it does look like it really wants to break out. This is the 4-hour time frame. On the daily, you see we had this is on Friday, so we had this engulfing, if you will, like to the upside. But I mean, as I've mentioned before, I would not trade this. I would wait for it to get close to the previous highs, and that's when I'll be interested in this trade. Like, how would you play this trade, Igor and Paul, if it was one of your setups on the pound US dollar or even maybe a coin? Would this be something you'd be interested in trading?
Yes. I'm interested in British pound dollar, for example, and maybe gold to buy. So that's two things I'm watching. Actually, I entered into British pound dollar, but for gold, I'm out from now, but I'm looking.
No, what I mean is, if you saw this setup that I'm showing you right now, and this is now the NASDAQ, right? But just pretend that this setup is actually on the pound US dollar. or it's on
I mean,
on XRP or something
yeah,
like that.
I mean, look, you've got an ascending triangle, so you've got a bullish pattern to trade. You've obviously got a significant reversal, coming right from the bottom, which looks a little bit like a cup of some sort, blah, 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 right? So we've got all that. There's definitely something to trade off. I mean, there is the fact that it kind of hasn't retested that lower support properly on this time frame, might give me a bit of pause, but there's something to trade for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, those are the 4 markets, ladies and gentlemen. So over to you, Igor, please, if you don't mind.
Thank you. So on the beginning, I will try to show my trade first, and then I will just describe what I'm looking for and what I'm doing here, just to prepare something. There is some problem to open the chart. I will restart the platform again. Sometimes it helps.
That's my solution as well. Just reboot.
Yes. I will do that again. Okay, like this. Yes. Okay, so I will just show this trade that I have related to the position. I hope that you see. Yes, you see. Okay, so I fill at 1.3548. My stop loss is 1.351, and my trade profit is 1.362. Of course, I'm ready to exit earlier to the end of this day. I will just monitor the market. First target that we need to approach is the today's high, around 1.3580, and then everything else. So this is my trade related to the British pound dollar. And now I will just show you how I look the setup today. I will just share my British pound dollar chart. Okay, so just to see, yes, you see me. Okay, so related to the British pound dollar, the first thing that I'm watching right now is this, that we are bullish in 1 hour like this. This push that we had twice up to the Asia low was unsuccessful, because the Asia low was 1.352, and we 2 times tried to achieve that low and we didn't succeed. We reject for 5-6 pips that area, and then as you can see, we started to go up. Relative strength index is still in the bullish side, and one of the big things that I monitor latest days, because I read one research paper about the choppiness of the market. So there are a lot of indicators that calculates based on the logarithm what is the and try to evaluate what is the choppiness of the market. And for example, this indicator that I use, it's a choppiness index. It's a default indicator in TradingView, is something that show us very simple to relative strength index. If we are below 50, that means we have a clear trend. If we are above 50, that means that we're some sideways market. And the interesting thing today, even that we have a push upside, push downside, again push upside, all our let me call them like zigzag moves, all that moves were really clear whole day, and the choppiness index is less than 50. That means that we can get a very, very good trend today, and we are get the good trend, and in the European session and during the US session. So I hope that we will continue to push upside and then to achieve some target. We will see what. The first target, like I said, it's a yesterday high at 1.3580. and then I'm watching 1.36 and 1.362. So these are my levels. I monitor very closely US dollar index. Actually, one of the reasons why I entered in this trade is US dollar index. Why? Because we went to this zone, which was the zone around 99.2 level that we struggle during the end of the Friday. And now I'm seeing how this resistance is strong. We had rejection. And after this rejection and this bearish candle, I decided to enter into the trade. So I'm into the trade because the US dollar index, because relative strength index, choppiness index, and all these indexes that I'm watching right now, and all these triggers are aligned. So this is why I hope that we can see new highs for British pound dollar. If we just watch this as a naked chart, using the 1 hour or maybe 4 hour chart, US dollar index, we can say that we are a little bit bearish. Maybe that on our chart, like we watch like this. So as you can see, this zone, this resistance is very hard to break. The today's resistance is lower than previous resistance, which means that we have some kind of the bearish trend. And last 2 hours, we see the bearish candles in the US dollar index. So everything is aligned. The good thing is the US dollar index is based on the choppiness index too, very, very clear with clear trends, which means good for me and I think for all traders, because I set myself to try to reduce the number of trades and try to avoid trading during the choppy market, because I realize that I have at least a couple trades per week when I trade during the choppy price, and I usually lose that trade. So I don't feel any comfortable because of that. And related
But
to gold, Jannie.
your current trade is doing well.
Yes.
On pound US dollar.
Yes, I'm seeing just yes, I'm almost 10 pips in profit, and it goes beautiful. But we need first to have a close about 1.356, because there is a simple moving average 50 on the 1 hour chart. And if I see that, the next is 1.3580, and then maybe 1.36. We will see. Because of the ITR, maybe we can even reach the highest high of the 1.362, but we will see. Today is Monday. Maybe we don't have enough strength for that. But anyway, I watched the euro dollar, very similar setup. So we went down, and Friday start to go bullish during the European session. Down, we reject a couple times this Asia low, and now we are bullish. The same setup, everything is the same. Only the risk reward ratio is not so good, like for British pound dollar right now. So the euro dollar is clear, and now the gold is interesting for me, because the strength index trend line. And right now, if I just draw this relative strength index, we see that we broke that early morning, just during the Asia session. And from then, the whole day, from the early Asia session up to now, we are above the VWAP. So whole day we are above the VWAP. And right now we are pushing higher. SM as British pound dollar is going higher. So I think that's correlated a little bit with US dollar too. But we are pushing higher here. So there is a chance that we reach some high today. And the good thing is the choppiness index, and for gold is just right now 45, which means that we have on intraday level a clear trend, either bullish, either bearish. So gold is interesting, but the only thing is, which I struggle, is what will be the next target. Will we retest this or this, or maybe we will stay somewhere else? So the targets are maybe the biggest issue for me. And I know that gold can be very volatile. So I like your level, Jannie, that you just said with 3 like
Oh,
this that you sent,
3333.34. Yeah.
Yes, this is the beautiful level. Just to find, it's very hard to draw that level. Yes, find it. Something like here. No, a little bit lower. Here somewhere. Yes. So I just want to see, can we go above this level? This is we had on the end of the Friday in the US session attempt to break that level. That level was rejected, and then we started to go down the end of the Friday session and beginning of the Monday session. So it's very important level. If I see that the early close is above that level, it can push much higher. So we will see how that will go related
Igor,
to the gold.
I know there's a bit
Okay,
of delay. Can I just
yes,
ask you a
please.
question? I love. Well, it's not a question.
Yes,
it's a
yes,
statement.
please.
I love the way you put trend lines on. You're so respectful of the candles. You're like, oh, I don't want to hurt it. I don't want to hurt it. You just gently bring it down, and it's like it's beautiful. I've never seen anyone treat a chart with so much respect before. So well done. I'm going to start doing that. It's really good.
Yeah, very nice.
I'm trying to do that on stocks too, and I can tell you it's very good. Much better than ordinary trend lines. And for stocks, sometimes I find 3, 4, 5 dots, and I connect with the trend line, and then I really feel comfortable. And when I see the breakout, so it's my recommendation to start on just to test on stocks, because it can be very interesting, especially that you can try only to buy, for example, and then you will have much better winning ratio. So this is for gold, and thank you, Paul, for your remark. Just to see, are there anything interesting here? Yes, I'm watching Aussie dollar and the Kiwi dollar, but this is the markets that, as you know, we're just in the range, still in the range. So nothing's happened here. So I will just still in the range. Okay, we are a little bit broken with a New Zealand dollar, but I don't like something. Something is not clear to me. Just to check the choppiness index here for the New Zealand dollar. Yes, the daily chart, maybe in 4 chart, just to see. Yes, it's a little bit choppy market and slow burning market. So I will avoid that for sure. And last one, just to show the US dollar Japanese yen. You can see maybe something can happen related to my bearish plan for the US dollar Japanese yen. I would like to sell it, but yet I cannot find a good level and some good move. But it's something is preparing here. So I will watch this, and if I find some good setup, I will share the next time. And now, please,
Great.
Paul, I give you
just
to talk about crypto market.
Just before, Igor, if you don't mind,
Yes,
just
please,
before
Jannie.
we hand over to Paul, because we've got plenty of time. Could you go back to the pound US dollar, and then I want to get your insights in terms of where do you think the next resistance levels are? Because I'll tell you what you always say you have an evil plan, right? Now my evil plan is to leave.
Yes, of course.
Is to because we are in such a strong trend now. I'm not, as I've said, I'm not positioned. I don't have the best position. Like that bounce of the weekly resistance, that was the perfect one. This one is not bad, but if it can take off from here and just break that high, I think because it's we've moved. If you look at the ATR, that we've done so far for this
Okay.
month, right? That we have done 168 pips so far on the pound US dollar this month, right? From the
Okay.
low to the high, 168 pips. The ATR is 447. So I'm looking at
Okay.
potentially, it just depends on obviously the strength and, is it going to move? Are we going to get maybe 1 or 2 daily ATRs? That's all we need, right? To get the monthly ATR. That's what I'm aiming for on the pound US dollar. But the level is, if you go to the monthly time frame, right? So for me,
Okay.
or even the weekly is fine. Like you'll see that I've got
To
1.37. Sorry, the weekly. The weekly is fine. So on the weekly, you'll probably see that those little pivots a little bit clearer. But if you look at the level 1.37458, and then also 1.38361. Okay, those are the 2 next resistance levels for me. Maybe if you go to the weekly, you'll probably see it.
Yes,
Or I
yes,
could just show my.
Okay. Yes, I see the level. This is 1.4. Yes, this is one level, I think. 3.8 and then 3.62. Okay, you can show me your chart. You can show me your chart just to see the level that you watch. I will just stop my screen.
Yeah. So, okay, I just want to make sure that this.
Igor, can I ask you another question? Even though I didn't ask you a question technically last time.
Yes, please. Of course.
You said a moment ago that when Jannie commented that you always have an evil plan, you said, of course. You said, of course. Like, what do you mean, of course? Do you always have an evil plan? I mean, is this, are you wringing your hands? Like, what was that? Is it?
Yes, something like that. Something like that.
I see it in your eyes. I see it. You love it. Yeah. You love the evil. I got it.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't fall for the friendly face, Paul. Yeah.
Yeah. This smile is always fake. Yes.
I'm keeping it on
the smile is fake. Okay, so here's if you look at this is the weekly, okay?
Yeah.
These are the levels that I've identified. So right here, so that's 1.37458, and then that one there, which is 1.38361, and I think we can ultimately go to and surpass that, but that would obviously be the next major level, 1.425. Those are the levels. Now, if you look at where we are right now, well, actually, let's just look at, I can't show you this platform, unfortunately, but that's where I've got my, the measure, how many pips it's moved from the low to the high. Okay, so we're 60 pips away from the high right now, okay, the monthly high. So that means we are currently, so from the lowest point to where we are right now is 108 pips. So that means an ATR of 340 pips up from where we are now, 340 pips. So if you look at 1.35565 and you add 300 pips, what's that, 1.38? 1.385? Am I right?
Okay.
Am I right? Or is my math a bit sloppy? So anyway, so if you say, okay, we're 100 pips from the low to where we are right now, and there's another 340 pips in the monthly ATR, then what I do is I look at which one comes first. Does the resistance level come first, or does the ATR come first? If the ATR comes first, I'll close the trade before it hits the resistance, But in this case, it has the potential to hit this resistance level first before the ATR. So my target is 1.37458. That's my target. Does that make sense?
Yes. There's no problem but I'm going using the baby steps. So first,
it's a different. No, it's just a different approach. Okay, you have more of an intraday approach, and this is more of a longer swing trend. That's the only difference.
I agree. I agree with swing trade and everything, but I know that if we reach 1.362, it will be some kind of rejection. It will be painful. It will be some downside and etc. on intraday level. But if you have very, very good swing level, you can keep it and try to achieve the new high. So I think that level is really, really good.
Yeah, well, if you're watching and you got it off that weekly retest, I would hold on. Because the weekly breakout retest is such a strong level. Beautiful entry. If you had it, I would personally hold on to it because you can definitely get a really, really nice run here. Not definitely, just a high probability to get a really nice run up there. Maybe not this week, maybe not, you could be in the trade for a whole month. I don't know. But when you get those really nice entries and your bias is very strong, then it's easier just to be in that one trade compared to getting in and out of trades the whole time. Do you see what I mean? Because you could because you catch that entire move instead of like tomorrow you could take a little trade and it's a loss, and then you're gonna have to wait and then there's no entry for another trade, and then it moves without you because there was no, you couldn't find entry, and then the next day maybe you'll find something, but now you're 150 pips away from that really good level below. Yeah, so fewer trades always wins in my opinion. It depends on. Yeah, sorry.
I just want to tell you how you were right. I think a couple weeks ago, in some famous podcasts and YouTube, I watched the episode when the guy who managed more than 40 prop companies, he worked as a tech guy. He's only a tech guy because he supports with the platforms various prop companies. And he got the question, who are the most profitable traders in prop space? And he said, swing traders that keep their trades several days because they really do not enter and exit all the time. Just wait a few days, keep the trade and hit the target. And usually they take the most money from the prop companies. So this is the I think the very good thing for swing traders, that they have patient and nice levels to keep that trades.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose everyone. We've mentioned like some people just prefer shorter time trading. Right down to 1 minute scalping. So there's a big range. It just depends on what you like and what you feel comfortable with, and obviously you need to be successful at it. Otherwise, you may want to consider something else, or your approach at least. So yeah, okay. Now I just wanted to get your take on that, but on the pound US dollar. But I think we can ultimately. This level here, and obviously not without any sort of pullback, but 1.425 I think is going to be a strong resistance level. We can probably see some sort of correction there, but that's the level I have in the sight. But for this month, 1.37, we'll take it from there, I think. All right. Now for the great Paul. Please, Paul, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Sorry to wake you up.
You know what? I don't accept the premise of what you just said.
Why is that?
Because I'm always extremely busy and I'm always working. So trust me, it's all good stuff for everybody. You'll know it if I'm not paying attention, because I will literally just be like,
oh really? Well, I've never seen you done that before, so
yeah, because I don't accept the premise of what you said.
Okay,
right, here we go.
Enough.
Let's jump in. Right. Here we go. Okay, so firstly, obviously I've been quite busy this weekend, but this was a setup. I think we're looking at Friday or Thursday. It was just something I plucked out for move. I think it was Friday. I can't quite remember. But it's near the end of this. Yeah. And the idea was just to come in at support. Yeah, well, I think we might have been. I think it was. I don't know if it was this one we were talking about, the first touch, the second. I think it was a different chart, but it is a similar sort of setup. And you were kind of saying that it was a different setup. It may have been Bitcoin, but you were kind of saying that because this touch wasn't fulfilled on this level, then it really shouldn't be considered the first touch. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes, yeah. Did it come back or not?
Well, I can't remember what chart we were looking at, but I was really thinking about that because I really liked your perspective. It made me think, which is great because this is what these sessions are for. They can help us as well. So this was potentially, that sort of situation. But let's just see what happened. If I can click play. And then after our session, it comes down, it bounces off the upper end of support. And now we are well past our take profit price point. So,
oh, wow. Beautiful. Did you take it?
Wow. No, I'm afraid I didn't. I was just so busy. But if anyone was paying attention and did this, and it's one of those things where, again, you didn't quite get the flush entry at support, right? I would have waited for that. That's what I would have wanted. So I wouldn't have entered this, in fairness, because of this. But this is a bear trap, confirmed. I'm identifying them and then paying attention to the sort of strategies you were talking about, Jannie, in trying to come in for that first touch, if that's how you consider it, then this works out quite well. But you would probably people who are scaling in would have caught this. So you're coming in here and then hoping to come down a little bit more. But if it doesn't, you've probably had your first position kind of fulfilled to target quite quickly. Now, reality on it also, the truth of it is that some of you may have taken profits around here as well, but it's quite a nice trade to manage because we came back down, we broke through this level. We then quite quickly achieved the foundation with the moving average, which we've now bounced off following this golden cross. So it was it turned out to be quite a nice little setup, really. It went out better than I expected, I'm sure. So I think looking for these kind of the bear trap, the first move from the bear trap might be a kind of new strategy which I employ. So that could be something for you guys if you pass the challenges on a Prime X and you're looking for your first sort of trade setup. So maybe in this environment with altcoins, you can be, because there's a lot of these kind of bear traps. Wait for a bear trap where we kind of enter at least local negative discovery and then pay attention to what Jannie was saying, and that of course is that the first touch still probably hasn't considered to be happened because of this, and then come in around the buy zone, and if you've done that, really great place to come in. So well done. But I mean, any thoughts on that, Jannie, Igor?
Couldn't agree more. I mean, it's beautiful.
Yeah,
it is a beautiful. It did. Yeah, that's a classic, beautiful, easy to read trade. That's what you want to wait for. The easy to read, you just wait for those. And if it's not easy to read, just stand back and wait, okay, until you find something like that. That's a beautiful setup. Yeah, really, really nice.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you would have. I mean, I wouldn't have had my full position on here if I'd done it. I just wouldn't have. I'm gonna be honest with you, because right now I'm very, very matter of fact about the levels. But yeah, move. Yeah, so Bitcoin. Okay, so obviously we've got a higher high, and we want to start with the basics. A higher high is a confirmation. Well, the first signal we need, of course, not the confirmation. The first thing we need that we're going to have a trend change. But this whipsaw action can be quite perilous, and when we were talking about a short potentially at the start of the session, the premise of that would be because we still haven't established the change in the trend, we haven't had our lower high yet, and if the price action retraces to here, I think as Jannie said, I think it's a tall order for the price action to stay above here, although it could and it may, but I would be looking for this sort of confluence for altcoin longs trying to come in here. Now, the good thing about that is this has lovely confluence with another area on a different chart. So I just need to confirm that because I've just lost my train of thought. I'll come back to that in a second, I think, actually, because I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, so that's probably the most logical place to come in. But we did talk about this. Hello, what happened there? Sorry, we did talk about this last week, and you'll see this arrow here. What we did say is that really we can't trade that well last week because we just don't have a direction or enough price action from Bitcoin. But we did say if we can come back back into this area and then break out and then come back down into this little pocket, which it did kind of almost exactly, then that would be a great place to enter. And that's obviously played out quite nicely. So this is, of course, a lesson in patience and saying to yourself, when we're looking at a chart, you'll say to yourself, okay, so what do I need to see from Bitcoin in order to enter a long trade with the altcoin market, right? What do I need to see? Well, firstly, maybe the formation of a double bottom. And again, there's that first touch following a bear trap sort of thing, right? Okay, I think that's what we're talking about. And then you can say that, or you can say, what do I need to see on the other side? I need to see the price action recover the 200 MA. I need to come back above this support line and then be at the other side of this to confirm, to get the first sort of bullish signal before we start maybe seeing some signals which can confirm a trend change. And if you had waited and been patient, then boom, there's your entry, right? And that's the game, right? Which is why some weeks you won't have a trade and others you will. So yeah, that's the general idea. So we're doing all right on that. And clean a look on the 4 hour. We've recaptured the 4 hour 200 MA, and we're now in this range. Now, again, I think, what was I going to say? I think, yeah, confluence. I think the moving average. Yeah, here we go. That's it. So the moving average of 200 MA. This is the 4 hour. This is a 2 hour chart with a 4 hour 200 MA. It's hugging essentially this support line, and it's getting a little bit closer. So if the price action comes back down to here at about 105.5K, and we have nice confluence with the 4 hour moving average, then this we've got two charts, different time frames, also suggesting the same sort of area, the same sort of level would be good to retrace, and that would look like, as I just said, it would look like that. And on this chart, it would look essentially like that, and then you'd have nice confluence. Because remember, confluence isn't just about. It's not just about the number of intersecting ideas you've got on any one chart or setup. It's with crypto, unfortunately, you've got to have confluence with Bitcoin and Bitcoin dominance and the money flowing up to get the edge you need. But we're doing okay. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens here, of course, because when you lose this support level, just to come back down and retest the 400, excuse me, the 200 MA and the 4 hour, that again can give some ambiguity potentially, which can confuse buyers and sellers. So the next few days, it would have been nicer, I think, as Jannie said, to have a little bit more volume and have a little bit more of a higher move up to this upper range, and then a retest back to here would have made sense. So still a bit of ambiguity, and when we don't yet have that confirmed higher low, which essentially might look like something like this, right? You know, that higher low, then versus that, then that's essentially confirmed the trend change. It should bring more people to the market. And the hidden bullish divergence, which was once possible, is now confirmed, has played out. So again, another reason why just paying attention to these signals can help. And then you find a setup on another lower time frame with Bitcoin, and then you trade it based on this hidden bullish divergence, which has obviously played out, and it could continue to as well. And again, highlighting, this is another daily chart highlighting kind of the complicated nature of this whipsaw action at the moment. It's not really giving me vibes that it's going to necessarily do this quite comfortably. It's giving me more vibes than it may do something like this, which is a little bit more difficult to trade. But we are now above the 618 and the 0.5, meaning the golden zone is underneath us on the daily, which gives us hopefully some attention from buyers coming at this level to ensure, of course, we have that nice higher low in this area, which is about 105.5, 106, like we said, but no lower, so that then we can continue to attack all-time highs. And we talked about this previously as well. The golden crosses since 2023 have all given us 57, 156, 70% gains following it, and we're just bouncing off a retest of the 50 here. And if we have a similar sort of move, just bearing in mind that, of course, a 57% move or 157% move off 30K is a slightly different proposition to when it's off 112K. So just bear that in mind. There is a law of diminishing returns, but if we see a move up here, you can definitely see 125K. As well, and maybe even 150, or that might be a little bit of an ask in one move. But just, you know, the bullish signals are stacking up a little bit, except for this one. I think we talked about this chart as well, but this represents, I think we did just last week. These are the previous cycle tops from the last bull run, 2021, and here's the previous cycle top from 2017. And this is obviously, if you're looking at what Jannie was saying at the start about potentially a short trade, then this would support that premise for sure, that a move downwards from here. But I just can't see it doing this. I can't see it doing this yet. I'm just not, based on the data we're seeing. So I think we're probably going to see a breakout at some point, which is very, very bullish to go against probabilities, because this is a huge pattern, bearing in mind this is the monthly chart, right? So we might be in some really interesting movements over the next month or so if we get a move out of here, because I mean, it's it's the monthly chart, so this could just, we could still be talking about this up here in 4 months' time, right? But I don't think Bitcoin is going to be. This is a quite restrictive for Bitcoin given all the inflows at the moment. So I think Bitcoin wants to be free of it, but the reality of it might not be as sexy as buoying. I don't think it's going to be that, but we probably have something like this, this kind of price action potentially, which might then get us to where we need to go or want to go, perhaps. But just this is just a little bit of a warning sign to bear in mind. But it's also, with a warning sign comes some potentially epic bullish price action, because again, this is the previous bull cycle top. This line has been respected for almost a decade, right? So that if it breaks to the upside against probabilities, what does that say? So that's just food for thought.
An interesting exercise, I think, on that monthly Bitcoin chart is if you go back to the last time it went to the all-time highs and found resistance and then moved lower. This is obviously the monthly time frame. It will be interesting to see what price action looked like on the smaller time frames, and if it kind of repeats what we are getting now. It's a bit tricky to read, and it's just struggling. But that's something, if you're watching, go and do that in your free time.
Yes, I mean, look, this is the whole thing. I mean, again, it's the whole conversation about multiple perspectives. If someone comes to me and says, I ask them what's Bitcoin doing, which I frequently do as a learning exercise, and I say what's Bitcoin, and they just give me 2 charts. I'm like, you don't have enough charts. I mean, how can you possibly have the right perspective with just a couple of charts? Because we've already looked at like 3 or 4 different perspectives on different charts, and it's just you have to do that, and it can give you a lot of confidence. And even though it's a pain to, of course, do a lot of charting every day and every week, but it can really allow you to orientate yourself to the market. And instead of just being like, oh, this is a bearish retest of a support line, that means Bitcoin's going down, but there's a back pattern on the 1 hour, and there's this on this chart, and they all add up to to indicate a bias. And if you do look around, you might see that actually your bias based on one chart is completely incorrect and may wreck you a little bit. So it's very important to do your charting. But I suppose the good thing is about Hola Prime X and all of us on Hola Prime is that that's why we're here. We're providing that kind of analysis for you just to make it a little bit easier. But sadly, in terms of making things easy for the altcoins, we are not having a good time, as this is total 3 versus Bitcoin. When it's heading down, that means Bitcoin is outpacing the rest of the altcoin market with the exception of Ethereum. And we have now lost this kind of support level in this descending triangle with probabilities, which means that Bitcoin even now is outpacing the altcoins, which is a very sad state of affairs, unfortunately. So, if you're looking for a signal to enter a long trade or an investment position, then maybe you want to wait at the very least till we're back in here. And that might be a signal, because the possibility of coming back down here now is quite high, and that could be very bad for a lot of positions, and it could really mess things up. So just food for thought. And likewise with Bitcoin dominance, even though of course it's nice if we can have a lower high here compared to this, bearing in mind if it goes down. In fact, let me just switch this over. I have a different color template for Bitcoin dominance, because it should be orange going up, green going down, because green's good for altcoins. So this is a lower high potentially, but this is a sort of warped bear pennant, which is functioning as an ascending triangle, right? And if you think of what an ascending triangle means psychologically, essentially it's, the buyers are slowly creeping higher and putting pressure on the sellers. But this obviously is slightly slanted, but we've come at it from the top, which means it's technically a bear pennant. So a move down from here into the golden zone could give us some really good long trade action if you've got some setups waiting to go, and you will have tomorrow with top altcoin picks from me. But if we each out higher, which it looks like we're doing, and we put in a higher high, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good for the altcoin market. So if you are looking for enter a trade, you could say quite simply a break higher, and obviously you want confirmation on a low time frame. But if it breaks higher, you then seriously start considering shorts. Maybe if it breaks above this range, and if you break lower and you get a nice confirmed break, then you could say, okay, we're going to have some nice long trading action, at least till we arrive at the golden zone or the 0.5. And this is the way you need to do it. And until the price action breaks out, you haven't got the signals you need, really. And you can see here Bitcoin dominance. This is resistance. We've just broken above it. I'm still putting in higher highs, higher lows. Not looking great. at all. We need to see this. That gave us loads of great movement at the start of May, and we're just not there. But big picture, this could be the beginning of a move lower, but I'm not 100% convinced yet. As you can see from this previous movement, which was bigger than this, we have long since, a massive liquidation event followed it. So, we're not in good shape. The altcoin market's not in good shape, but Bitcoin's doing all right. But I think that's pretty much me for today. Any thoughts?
What?
Never mind.
No, I agree with everything you said. I think, yeah, for sure. No, I do. I really do. I think it's great. What do you think, Igor? What are your thoughts on those coins?
I think that
I like Bitcoin.
I like that thoughts related that you cannot nothing to make decision based on one chart, and this is not by accident that all we use so many things from the volume, various charts, price levels, all kinds of either indicators, either the price levels to make some decision. Even then, we make some doubts and we're not 100% sure, but we are keep going and manage probabilities, and everything is based on probability and nothing is certain. There's no any strategy that you can win, even in Bitcoin, in crypto market, Forex market, indices, stocks, whatever you trade. So I think I like this kind of the complexity when you have very complex way of thinking, but on the end, you make execution based on simplicity.
Yeah, well, that's the idea. That's the idea.
That was beautifully said, Igor. Beautifully said. And I see there's a smile on your face, and that's because the pound US dollar is going up. So your trade is probably doing well, right? Yeah, it's doing well. I mean, Bitcoin, I've mentioned to you what I'm looking for at Bitcoin. We still kind of, maybe I'll just quickly show you.
Yes.
We're still just hovering. Yeah. So not a lot has happened. But you can see what I'm talking about, right? You get that first little dome, or it's almost like it's called the left shoulder of the potential double top. We just need to get the second one. I was hoping for it to at least kind of make some sort of progress in this session, but we pretty much just kind of traded sideways. But it's definitely struggling at that resistance of the first shoulder, right? So we could. But do you trade this? No, you do not trade this. This is not. Yeah, it's finding resistance, but don't do this. Okay, you'll get stopped out a lot of times. Say, for example, this candle here. You can think, all right, okay, this is it, and then you take the trade. Okay, in this case, it didn't quite take out the low, but it can very easily do that. This is not a setup, especially on if this was the daily time frame, it's very different. And this is people need to understand that there's always a main reason for the trade, and the main reason, and then the reason for the entry. They're not the same. So the main reason why I'm interested in this trade is the third touch, okay, of that diagonal line. That's the main reason for why I'm interested. So it's just like a key level, okay, a daily support, weekly support, monthly support level in an uptrend, whatever the case may be. That's what grabs your attention. So, okay, something could potentially form here, and now you need to find a valid entry, right? Now you need to find a valid entry. So it's almost like a setup within a setup, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So okay, we're moving a little bit lower now, but yeah, I think if we make this double top, I'll definitely be watching this. Maybe perhaps even place a pending order here with a stop loss just be above that.
There was a glitch, guys. Are you here? Hi, Paul.
Yeah, I think there's a
It was
glitch on
some
the.
glitch there. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I thought, like, is that my
What
internet?
is
Like,
going on?
No,
Yeah.
no. It was something. It was something in the same time. We lost connections, all three. So I checked. My
Oh.
internet was great. It was a StreamYard problem.
yeah, I also think so. And it was
This
right
is
at the
good
point where I
advertisement.
was.
Yeah.
Where's Paul gone to? Paul is like removed himself. Oh, something has happened. But anyway, let me go back to the chart. So, okay. Yeah. So what I was saying is, yeah. So once you add a key level of interest, then you look for patterns. I actually mentioned. Let me just add Paul to the stage. Welcome back, Paul.
I'll come
Just
back.
whatever.
Right. So yeah. So what I was going to say is, then you wait for, like, once you add that level, like, you can look for the patterns and so on to unfold, but it's always at that key level, right? If you want to go to the smaller time frames and get a very good entry, but then so you can go to, like, there are certain cases where you don't. Say, for example, like the rejection of that third level. We did get the rejection, but you don't take the trade because you need that price needs to, like, break the previous candle's low. If you don't get that, that's when you start to look for a potential pattern. Okay, and I was just saying just before the glitch on this live stream, don't take these resistance levels. This is not the same, because remember, that's what I was going to say. This is not the same. Like, trading this resistance level is not the same as identifying a major support level on a daily time frame, right? This resistance level here is based on pure speculation that it could find resistance here and potentially form. It's all potential. Potentially form a double top. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is a 15-minute time frame resistance level. They are the weakest of them all. Well, they're not the weakest of them all. The 1 minute resistance and support, they are the weakest of them all. Okay, they're very, very weak. But this is obviously not the reason for the trade. It's the third touch of the diagonal line, but it could just break through. So that's why you need to get that confirmation that, okay, the level of interest, we're right there, and now you need price action to confirm that it is moving away from that level of interest. Okay, so that is what we're waiting for now. And as I'm not sure if you guys caught it, but what I said was, like, well, this evening, if it looks like we're here in the middle somewhere, I may place a pending order with a stop loss there above there. But if it just breaks out and moves higher, then obviously the trade is not in play. It's dead. Okay, and then you kind of wait for the next thing to happen. Yeah. Robert says, I prefer quick scalps, but all the big money are trading swings, long-term trades. Yeah, that's what Igor also said. Look, you really need to look at this study. It will open your eyes. This is a study that's been done in Brazil, and I can't remember exactly when it was. 2004. No, 2000. I can't remember. I'm just gonna butcher it. But you can just ask ChatGPT for the name of the study. The studies have been done where they look at how many people are actually successful at trading. And people say it's 90% of people don't make it. That's the kind of stat that's been thrown around, right? 90% of people never make it and so on. According to that study, it's not 90%, it's 99%. 99%, right? So, and it was less than 1%. And then they showed that 80% of that less than 1% makes less than minimum wages. This is now short-term, kind of very short-term trading, day trading and so on. But yeah, 99%, yeah. The study's there. Maybe we should have a look at it. Or maybe not. I don't know. How much time have we got? But just look at those stats, and if you look at people who do swing trading, right? In the same study, or maybe a different study, I can't remember. There are 2 or 3 of them. Then the success rate goes drastically up. Yeah, so there are, like, the longer time frames you focus on, your success rate goes up amongst the traders. So Robert says, I think that would be a good session to do that. Yeah, look, I don't have a problem. We can go through that study, but it is true. It's just there. Like, the stats are there. So even though the shorter term, I think, Paul, you've also mentioned this. Even when you do scalping, you don't do a lot. Scalping is very, if you don't have a lot of experience, you can very easily overtrade and chase and all the other problems that comes with trading. That's like, scalping is like a breeding ground for all those problems. It really is. Okay, so you need to be careful. But if you look at the longer time frames, where you typically have a lot more time to do analysis, right? Because, say, for example, the 4-hour time frame, it takes 4 hours for the candle to close. You've got a lot of time to draw your lines and look at. We spoke about different perspectives, the different time frames. You've got more time to do a proper job at coming to a conclusion or coming to a bias at least, okay, and then looking at levels of interest and so on. You don't have that on the smaller time frames, especially if that's the only time frame you're looking at. If that's the only time frame you're looking at, the 15-minute time frame, and Paul, you've already mentioned this, where people come to you and they just look at one time frame, or they just trade based on one time frame. I mean, that's crazy. You will be so frustrated.
See.
You will just not. Yeah, you will not. It just won't. You're just going to spin your wheels. Okay, you're going to have a look. Your equity curve is, I can almost guarantee you, it's going to go down. It's going to look like this, right? Winning trade, 2 losses, 1 winning trade with a skewed risk reward ratio and all that kind of stuff. So it does make sense to focus on, even if you do intraday trading, your analysis has to be done on longer time frames. You need to get that very clear bias. And if you're not clear on the bias, for example, on gold, then you just don't do anything. You just don't do anything. But if you just look at the 15-minute time frame, right, and you don't really have your levels and so on, I mean, you're gonna, maybe go long here with a stop loss here, and then that's going to reverse against you. Maybe that's not the best example, but you will look for things based on just that one time frame, and you will trade according to the things that you can see on just that time frame, while completely being blind to the bigger picture. And it needs to start with a bigger picture, and then you drill down, right? So you need to get that right. Robert says he started scalping because he would just worry about making a high rate of micro trades. Yeah, well, look, I mean, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with scalping, but especially, I'm pretty much talking mostly to beginner traders. Look, the odds are massively stacked against you, like huge. It's almost like insane to even start doing it. That's how skewed the odds are against you, right? So, for example, and I've used this example before. It's like if someone says to you, "Look, if you go out today, if you go outside your house today, there's a 99% chance that you'll die." Would you go out? No, I mean, that's crazy, right? You've got a 1% chance of surviving. No, I'm not going to go out, right? But when it comes to trading, and you give people those stats, it doesn't sink in. They go, yeah, but you don't know me, right? That's the attitude. You don't know me. I have a very strong work ethic. I'll make it work. I'll grind. I'll put in the hours. I will make it work. I will be part of the small percent. Yeah, okay, that's a great attitude. Problem is, everybody's got that attitude when they start trading. But you're not realistically looking at, okay, Okay, so the odds are massively stacked against me. So a good idea may be to try to find out what do the people that, what do the traders do in that top, let's say 10%. What do they do to get there, right? And that is a very difficult question to answer because everybody seems to have the answer, right? It's difficult to find the right people. It's very difficult. I don't know if you guys will agree with that, like especially on social media. Everybody preaches that, they are successful and they are, learn from me and I'm the right guy.
Totally.
And yeah, and so do you believe them? Do you not believe? It's very difficult, right? So it's a right question to ask. Like, what do I do to make sure that I end up in that small percentage of traders that do make it? That's the right question, but you probably need to ask a few more questions, like how do I actually find someone that's legit? That's a much more difficult question to answer. But anyway, it is possible.
Well, actually,
it's not
a difficult question to answer because we're all here at Hola Prime and we're doing just that. So this is exactly the answer. We are here. So come here.
Yeah. Come here. Come back. Come back to us. Yeah. But I mean, look, it's gonna take some time for. I mean, this is the other problem. There's so much. There's so many. Like, how many trading channels are there? Like hundreds, maybe even thousands. I don't know, but it's it's difficult, right? You're gonna have to spend a lot of time to even find Hola Prime. Do you see my point? It's like you're gonna have to be like almost like lucky to come across us. That's how oversaturated the social media space is when it comes to trading and most things. Actually, there's so many channels on anything like health and fitness and cooking channels and all of that. Like it's just there are so many of them. It's tricky, especially in trading. It's tricky to find something that you actually find
in trading channels. Cooking and walking your dog channels. All kinds of stuff. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, the important thing is, firstly, right, it's very difficult for a new person in any asset class or whatever to know what they need to find to get the support they need to become a consistently successful trader. And when we say consistently successful, we all go back to some of the points perhaps we've all been making, like you, Jannie, as well, about just need 50-50 to be successful in terms of success rate, right? And if you see somebody just talking, if they've got like a Bitcoin sign, fluorescent neon sign in their bedroom, and they're just yapping on about their view of the market, and it's typically well, Bitcoin could do this, it could do this, and it's like, okay, so what am I getting from this if you're just saying you don't know, essentially in 30-minute increments? It's just it's difficult for people to find the advice they need, but the best way you can find it is where there's less flash, right? More kind of real, boring, kind of down and gritty sort of talk, as opposed to all the, hey, look at my Ferrari I just bought off this trade, because it's just nonsense, really. And I think, but that's the problem. So I think our job then, or other really good, trading people need to do, is to find those people. And I think, as Jannie, we've realized that it's quite a small space in crypto, as an example, in terms of people who know what they're talking about. I'm not suggesting I'm one of them. I mean, people think I'm one.
Oh, you are. Come on, Paul.
But if you like that guy, that guy who found us and was trying to get help with a Solana trade, it's amazing that he found both of us and we're both in the same place at Hola Prime. And I think that genuinely kind of says something about there is not that many people who actually not just know what they're talking about, but can communicate it effectively to support learning as well. So I think it's find us, but there's not, and that's the challenge. It's 100,000 people with a neon sign talking about their perceptions of Bitcoin without much money, and then there's a very small fraction of people who do know what they're talking about, who are experienced traders like my mentor. And how do we find them? And honestly, education and reality. And I think it'll get easier as time goes on. So
yeah. But no, you're right. But in the beginning, especially when you know nothing, it's almost impossible to tell who knows what they're talking about and who does not know what they talk. It's you can't tell the difference because you don't know anything, right? It makes it very, very difficult. Oh, Robert, you tried to tell people about Hola Prime and for them to at least watch the streams. Yes. Yeah, do that. Keep doing that.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's tricky. I mean, even if I look back at my own journey, it was just very similar. Like you just don't know, right? It's very, very difficult to tell the difference. And you also, and this is true in most things, so people attach value if it's priced very high, so I can watch these free YouTube videos, or there's this $15,000 course, then you'll attach automatically value to it because it must be expensive for a reason, okay? Even though you don't know who the guy is, you know nothing about him, you just automatically go, okay, well, this must be good because it's so expensive, and it's true. So we all been through all of that. I mean, I'm not sure about you, Paul. You sound like you struck gold with a very good mentor very early on.
But like you said, it cost a pretty penny, right? I got in kind of that fold, which was a group, just as I was starting. So it was manageable in terms of cost. But then as it got bigger, it was like over $1,000 at a discount for just like 3 months or something, right? And then if you paid monthly, it was about $600 a month. So it was crazy, not very accessible for people. But and there is a risk as well, because I think genuinely that kind of value, it's out of proportion. It's not appropriate to what you're getting. I think $60 a month or something like that makes sense for good quality support, right? But so you have to be careful, because it is a game. Even though my mentor, he knew what he was talking about. He was also a salesman, right? So there's no problem with having someone what they're talking about and is a salesman. There's no problem with that, right? Because they've got to sell their product. They've got to get the voice out. But you just want to make sure that you're not just buying into something which is just a salesman, right?
That's a crucial point there. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think there's really anything wrong with someone selling something. Like you just said, like it can be a business, because trading, if you do, depending on how you trade, if you don't place many trades, like I don't really place that many trades, you don't do much, right? So you could get you could start something like that, a business side of things that's trading related, because that's what you're doing. And then at the same time, it's high quality. That it's not just going to be like 1 or 2 sessions. You work with people for a period of time. You've mentioned 3 months. I don't think 3 months is enough. I think more like a 12-month program, something like that. That would make a lot more sense, because you need those reps. You need like as many as possible examples. That is different, but then you still have the problem of am I buying into something like that? Is this guy any good or not? That's the biggest problem, because I've seen on YouTube people paying thousands for courses, and then they just go, it's just a bunch of basic nonsense. That is like anybody's worst fear, And also, like I think like I said, like the duration is. But on Hola Prime, obviously we hear the duration is what we hear every day, Monday to Friday, and we look at the markets on every day, whatever changes happened yesterday, we talk about that today. But anyway, the point is, there's no problem for me someone selling something, because it's just they're creating a business, but it's the quality of the stuff, and again, the duration. I would definitely say if it's just a video course, I don't think that's going to be worth your while. Okay, a video course, you may understand what he's explaining to you in the video, but I can promise you're going to struggle to open the charts and to implement what you just saw in the video. You just won't be able to do it.
Unless it's my masterclass series on Hola Prime X, which is
even then,
which is a level above everyone else. Now, but I do agree, of course, right? Now, if you, the masterclasses that I've been releasing as an example, near the end of them, there is, and we've got to package them, we've got to sort all that out, but near the end of them is more just like little snippets, like how to bring it all together, right? So trade breakdowns, this sort of stuff like we're doing now, just to kind of how you bring it all together. But you're absolutely right, because as my mentor said, it's like you can get all the knowledge in Google you like, right? And it's very easy to do that with ChatGPT these days. You can watch a video series, which I did. My mentor had loads of them, and it's very helpful. But ultimately, I wasn't ready to go after I watched the end of video 60, right? It was just the beginning. It's just the start, right? So I completely agree.
Yeah, so video courses are not very helpful. You need to work. You need to work one-on-one, I think, like as much as you possibly can. I know groups is also a thing, but as long as you get your special treatment, you know what I mean? It's like you get your time, like your questions, things that you don't understand, that sort of thing. But it must be over a long period of time, like a year and a half, something like that. Okay, because like even these prop desks, the prop desk where they have their own money and they're looking for traders and they fund those traders. Those, when you start with them, you are surrounded by very successful traders, and the average time it takes to train someone from scratch is 3 years. Just think about that, right? 3 years, and that's when you're surrounded by successful traders, and not online. Like there's actual, you have a desk, and there are meetings in the morning where they talk about the different potential setups and all of that. And it was still 3 years. That's why, like, if you think about that, I'm not saying it has to take 3 years, but it just puts it into perspective, because most people still don't make it, even while they are being surrounded by the best traders. So it's a very difficult one. Like if you do trading for the wrong reasons, like you think you're just going to make a lot of money or some extra money, I promise you are better just off just doing a bit of Uber driving or work at a bar or something. This is a craft you need to dedicate yourself to. You need to commit yourself in learning exactly how to do it properly. It's a skill that needs to be respected, which I feel a lot of people don't. It's been made cheap by a lot of people in the industry, by making it like just bringing it the actual the level of skill that it really requires. They bring it down and make it sound cheap and easy. Does that make sense?
Yes, just to add something related to this, I just wondered this. So I remember maybe more than 15 years, one website that doesn't exist anymore. It was, if you remember, dailyfx.com. It was the big website. It doesn't exist anymore. So they decided more than 15 years ago to create something similar to this, only 24 hours per day, because they find the best traders around the globe, and they start 24 hours without interruption. They had meetings and very similar to this. And I remember that is the best experience that I ever had, because I can hear, we talked about books, which book I can read about Forex, which mentor I can watch on YouTube, about setups, about fundamentals, about everything. And you can steal little bit by little bit from a lot of different people. Someone is expert in fundamentals, someone is expert in the short term and the long term, in this and this, and you just grab a little bit, and then on the end you will develop your system, but it will be unique, like your signature. Very, very unique, because we need to process everything on our way and believe in our setups, bias, and everything. And that is the final thing, because there's no strategy with rules. Do this, this, and this, and you will be rich, because that doesn't exist in the market. So
yeah, because you've been trading for, Igor, you've been trading for a long time as well, right? Like 18 years or something?
Yes, 18 years I'm trading. So, but in the beginning, I didn't trade a lot. but last 10 years really, really good. Really, a lot of time I'm spending on trading.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
this is,
it's a
and-
long
and-
journey. Like, what did your
Yes.
journey look like? Did you also struggle? Like, I mean, it's a,
Of course, I struggle. I had problems. I really, of course, that's happened 15 years ago. They changed my bias, and I just shift everything from that meetings and everything, because I realized first that the trading is complex, and the second thing that I need to watch a lot of things if I want to generate a good trade. And sometimes that is not enough, but you need to have something. You need to have a bias if you want to be good in that. And now it's a really different stuff. But the problem is, this is the problem. Sometimes I will make a drawdown, and right now when I make a drawdown, I need days and days, sometimes weeks, to go to be on the beginner level. And this is the very tough time. And it's normal time, but you need to reduce your position size, and that's hurt. I always, when I reduce position size and start to trade and try to a little by little to recover, it's a stressful. I feel the pain. I think this is the only job on this world. When you go to the job and you back to your home, you have less money than you have in the morning. Yes.
yeah, it's like,
There's
yeah,
no
I mean,
job like that. Yes.
this is oh man, you remind me of, like, at the beginning, I was also just like, I wanted to give up multiple times, not just once. This is back then when I was still working and so on, because I was exactly what you just said. I was like, I'm putting in all this effort and time, and I have to pay for it. It's costing me money. I'm like, this is crazy. What am I doing? But yeah, so I agree with you. It's the only profession where it can while you're learning how to do it, where it actually costs you money, like to put in all that effort. And I was like, if I put this amount of effort, like all those late nights, and like when you, in the beginning especially, right through the night and all that kind of stuff, like if I've put this level of effort into anything else, I would have made a big success of it. It's a very, very difficult period.
Well, if that was the case, I would be a concert pianist, a professional oboist, and I'll be able to play in time on the drums, but it's not.
Well, there you go. All right, James, nice to see you, James. You have a question.
James,
at what
hello,
point
man.
can one say at what point can one say he or she is a profitable trader? Okay, guess what you do. Place 20 trades based on very solid reasoning. Okay, there's a very good reason for the trade, whatever that may be. It could be a breakout and retest, or I know there are up to 9 different coaches every day here, so you may take a bit of each coach and build yourself a playbook. But place 20 trades based on, and you should be able to articulate the reason why you actually took that trade. Okay, what was your bias and all the rest of it. So in other words, what I'm saying is, the 20 trades that you take, there needs to be a journal for every single trade that you took on that 20 trades. Then and it's not about how many won, how many losses, and all of that. If you are profitable at the end of those 20 trades, you're there. It sounds very simple, but that's it. Yeah, and don't aim for a high success rate. Don't even aim for any sort of success rate. That's the least important thing, believe it or not. Even though I know that your success rate and your risk reward ratio together, those two together, will determine whether you're profitable or not. But don't focus on that. You should focus on process. You should focus on what does your playbook look like? What does a good opportunity look like? You need to be able to really understand what that means and what that looks like. And then you just trade those, and you trade 20 of those. And then you look at your success rate and all that, and you'll see, like, even with a low success rate, I'm talking 40%, even lower, you can make money with a 38%, 37% success rate as well. It's not as important as you think it is. Obviously, you want to get better with identifying the opportunities and so on, but that will come with time, right? Especially if you journal. But one thing I can promise you, where you'll end up at is the best trades to take. They are the easy, clean setups. I've said it like 100 times here. If you have the discipline to wait for them, because they will come, right? I see now Bitcoin is now pushing higher, so we're probably not going to get that double top. If you just wait for the clean, easy setups, the obvious clean trades, if you have the discipline just to wait for those, I promise you that's really where you'll eventually end up. Okay, like if you do the constant journaling and you document everything you do and you review the trades you took, the easy clean setups will keep standing out, right? They will keep coming up as like, oh, that was an easy one. That was an easy one. Well, why don't you just take the easy ones then? Forget about all these things where you struggle to make up your mind in terms of bias and so on. Oh, we went way past the time. James, I hope that answered your question. But yeah, that's sadly the end of this session. Igor, Paul, it was great to see you guys again. Everybody else watching, James, Robert, everybody else.
I enjoy.
Yeah, the next session starts in half an hour from now, so stick around for that. But from us, have a good evening, safe trading, and wait for the easy setups. Yeah.
See you guys.
Cheers, guys.
Thursday. Okay,
yeah,
bye-bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Thanks, Igor.
Michael, how are you, my friend?
Hey, what's up, Sam? I am great. Living
Awesome.
the dream.
Good to hear.
What about you?
Yeah, really good. Went a bit all out on trading today. Aymane's just joined. One second.
Hello,
Aymane,
hello.
how are you?
Hey,
Michael,
what's up?
Coach Sam. I'm good, and you?
Oh
Very
man, I'm
good.
awesome.
Guys? Yeah.
Very, very good.
I had bad day today. I traded today.
Bad?
I thought it's A+ setup, so I said, okay, I will not miss the weekly area, and I got stopped out 3 times,
man.
I think.
That's
3
not good.
times.
Okay.
So
Damn. Well,
started the week a little bit bad, not as expected,
Yeah.
but it's okay.
well, I
Sometimes like
gone.
sorry. Sometimes like when you focus on this A+ setup, like not it hurts, but it's like you see it's an A+ setup, so you stay focused on the same setup, and that's what happened to me today. So,
Yeah, I call it you married the trade. That's what I call it.
yeah.
You married it.
Yeah.
But hang on, y'all. I was actually looking at this all day today. It's on EG. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen, and
Absolutely.
it just confirmed. So I'm about to jump in this right now. Technically,
Awesome.
It didn't hit this little area right here just yet. It's a combo trade, but it's good enough for me. Like, I just wanted a nice shift candle. I love. First of all, the setup is there. And I love how this candle at one point was all the way down here and then came back up and closed above 3 EMAs, the 200, the 13, and the 50. So I'm going to go ahead and take this. This is actually a pretty decent setup. I don't want to put my stop all the way below this point. So it's a little bit riskier, but I am going to put it below this blue tracer. Technically, I could put it below here because that's where it went like this with the lowest point. But I'm going to play the middle and just put it below here just to be a little bit safe. And it looks like this stop is at 40.84, put at 84.15. So let's do this, 84.15. Then we can put the full 2% on here, actually. Come on. Yeah, Monday was Monday for me. Like it's okay. I'm up on this GCAT position right now, but it's kind of playing around a little bit. So it's not the cleanest. Like, I don't like it the most, but it is there. So let's see. All right, boom, we buying this. All right, cool. So we are in here. Bang, just like that. I'm going to go ahead and take this alert off now since I don't need it. And then what's this area here? So it looks like TP is at 84.40. Yeah, about 84.40. I'm gonna put it at 35 just to give it that little bit. I don't want it to go. Or you know what? I'm putting it at 39. I'm gonna put it at 84.39.
Nice.
All right, 84.39. 84.39. Sweet. All right, we locked in here. I had to get that in there real quick because I was watching it all today, actually.
That was awesome. Perfect timing as well, right? At the beginning of the session. We'll catch up on that.
Yes. I actually
a little bit later.
I thought it was going to confirm the last hour, but it didn't. So I didn't want to miss it for the top of this hour.
Perfect. Well, I had a very good trading day actually, but I kind of switched up my trading. I wouldn't say trading style, but I started scalping a bit more. So I can't even tell you where I entered, where I exited, because I took a ton of positions today. I mean, I'll just show the screenshot of the MT5. I took loads of positions. So I actually started pre-market, believe it or not, because I saw a great opportunity right here, just to buy it up. And I was very confident we're gonna be going up today. So I bought basically here, piled on some positions, had a pretty tight stop. I almost actually got very close to getting stopped down. My stop was just below that wick there, right? So just below that low there, and we got quite close. So when it started reversing and started going up, you can imagine I was feeling pretty damn good. Because I wouldn't say put that much risk, because you're gonna remember it was pre-market as well, so it just wasn't moving as much. Like, it moved a lot slower, so it looks a lot more worse than it, like in terms of how much I put in. It looks a bit more crazy than it reality. If this was on the US Open, of course I wouldn't put on 5 positions, but nonetheless, put 5 positions on. Got out nice at the top right here on this wick, and then annoyingly did get stopped out once. If I zoom in, so here I bought it again, hoping to go back up, but literally got stopped out by a wick. It happens. Jumped back in as soon as I got confirmed. Got out, bought in again. Got stopped out twice here. Bought, stopped out, bought again, stopped out. Eventually bought, got out, sold it even once. Quick sell scalp. Got out, bought again, got stopped out by a wick. Wow. I was really tight stop loss, and then finally bought it here, got out, and then bought again, got out the top, and then I thought, okay, enough. I was up a very good amount, so I was very happy. Got out. So I really scalped like crazy today. Just had a bit of time. Thought, why not? Let's start scalping a bit. And the market, annoyingly, I was waiting for it to get, back to these highs here, which it has just done in the last hour or so. It started moving. But nonetheless, I'm still happy. So couldn't tell you, like every little intricacy of why I got in, but it was mainly just using the delta, looking for people trapped, even on the pre-market, looking at the depth of market as well, and any gaps, still nice gaps being created. So I just jumped in, jumped out, very cautious, really tight stop loss, probably a bit too tight because on a lot of the times I did get stopped out unnecessarily. Like that one was definitely I could have avoided.
The spread. And how was the spread?
The spread was a little bit bigger than usual, but what can you do? So yeah, I could have avoided that one, and I probably could have avoided one of these ones, and I could definitely have avoided that one as well, because that, again, I got stopped out literally by a pip. So I could have avoided getting stopped out twice if I just put my stop rather than too safe, give it a little bit of breathing room.
Right.
All in all, I'm not complaining. I had a good day. I'm very happy. As for the market right now, literally just missed another opportunity as I'm looking at it. We created this gap here, and as we broke above it, literally in the 15-minute candle, so we're talking the last few minutes, we had an opportunity right here. Where is it? Yeah. So right here, in fact, let me go back to candlesticks. As it dipped back in, we could have bought it here and target these highs. So we could have potentially been in a trade just before the session started. But it's fine. Another opportunity will arise, I'm sure. It's been very good. But today I have to trade NQ, don't I?
Yeah.
On the live session.
Bring that up.
So I'll be honest, I haven't looked at NQ, but I'll look at it now. And I did get an alert for NQ earlier, and I'm assuming, yeah, there was a gap here and an alert set here. So earlier, NQ did dip into that gap, could have shorted it. Ah, look, beautiful. It actually would have worked out really nicely. There's a gap here created today. Could have shorted NQ when the alert went off, back down to this gap, and then bought it when it went into that gap. Again, back up. So we could have had a nice little 2 scalps there on NQ, which I missed because I wasn't looking at it. But that could have worked out really nice. So hopefully it keeps in line with the structure, and it's respecting these levels very well, because then we could have some decent scalps, hopefully in this session with NQ as well. So yeah, that was my trading day. I will continue looking. If I see an opportunity, I'll jump in. But apart from that, that was my update.
Gotcha.
Aymane.
Yeah, what you got over there,
guys? Let me show you guys my trading day. I think because I slept yesterday 2 hours, that's why. Nah, but I'm not happy with the way I trade today. Like sometimes, like because I was not in the zone. Just to be straightforward, because sometimes I got the signal to exit couple of trades, and the market gave me a lot of opportunities to exit. But but yeah, still hold. But it's okay. I will show you guys. Let me share my screen. Mondays. Yeah.
You say you only got 2 hours of sleep yesterday.
Yeah, actually, yes. I got just 2 hours of sleep yesterday.
Oh, what were you doing, Aymane?
Yeah, that might do
Partying.
No.
Aymane was in the club.
Popping bottles. Throwing his middle finger up to the market makers.
Come on, guys. We are live. Come on. Later, I will tell you.
We won't ask, Aymane. We don't need the details of the crazy stuff you got up to last night.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah. So we were like on this weekly area, still in this weekly area. Touched it like 2 weeks ago. Got the reaction. Last week also we had the reaction. So we couldn't break it, and I think on last Thursday we had this candle here, took the previous high, close red, and we were inside it. So for me, I was more, let's say, to sell it, and I took the first trade after the open. So, but I didn't take any partials. That's the. I don't know if it's wrong or not, but in my head it was an A+ setup. So we are going down. So I didn't want to take partials. Let me show you just where I entered. So basically we were in this area here, supply. It was also where is it? Here. Sorry, guys. Yeah. So it was also weekly supply, another 15-minute supply, took the previous high, closed red, and then I entered on the three minutes. Where is it? Yeah, I entered on the 3 minutes. Didn't wait all 5 minutes. I wait just the closer of this candle, come back to retest the same area, and I sold right here. And my stop loss was a little bit high because I said, okay, it's A+ setup. I should not put it above this supply. Let's put it a little bit higher. So the thing is, like, I had a 4-hour demand, which was unmitigated. We didn't test it. So I was expecting a reaction, but I didn't go break even. I didn't take partials. You can see here this 4-hour demand. We took the previous candle low, close, blue, green, and got the continuation. Here we came back, retested it, and then got stopped out on the first trade. So that was the first trade. I think I shorted, and when the price was coming back here, I shorted again, just a small scalp and get stopped out. And I shorted again somewhere here. I was married to the bias. Like, I was really focusing that today we are going down. Especially I will show later what I was seeing on the delta, but I was anticipating and predicting the price more. That's the mistake today. Like, could have done better, but yeah. So I got this third trade here, got stopped out. Let me show just quickly how it was looking in term of the delta. Think on 15 minutes. Okay, so numbers change a little bit here. Normally here was something like 160. Like we had here 137, here 160. So I said, okay, maybe it will be a potential absorption. So we are in a supply, we are pushing strong, but because if you were watching Sam, the price here at this push, we were pushing strong. So I said, okay, just we will push strong, squeeze, and then touch the supply, and then we will turn back. But the price had another. So yeah, so got stopped out here, and then third trade and call it a day. And then after that, you can see that we got the retracements in terms of the delta, just to show more. We had good big clusters at the top, but we were having like straight continuation. For example, starting from here, 93, straight continuation. Here I thought, okay, we will reverse from here, but now we respect this support here, this 93 big cluster here. We had small minus 100 here at the bottom, and then we continue up. So, and then later we had this big clusters here after we took the highs, and we took, I think, the previous daily high. If I'm not, yeah, we took after we took the previous daily high right here, we got more absorption, much bigger with high volume, and then we retrace back here. I still believe that this week we will be bearish, but NASDAQ did dirty to me today, so
I think you're right. I think it will be bearish, but I think we still need to go a little bit higher before that bearish, at least for the ES. I don't know about NASDAQ, but the way I've got it on the ES, I think we've still got that little bit more to push up, and then we're going to see a nice bearish move.
Yeah, and especially, like, I think tomorrow we have US-China trade meeting, so it will be interesting at 6 a.m. in the morning. Like what time I'm not sure, like 6, which is, I think, midnight. Like, yeah, Eastern time.
For us? Eastern time, yeah.
Eastern time, I think it's midnight. So for sure, if you are trading later today, be careful.
Are you seeing this on that financial juice?
Financial juice, yeah. I was just about to say, I didn't see no news.
Yeah, because I didn't see it. I see President Trump speaks at 9 p.m. my time tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay.
Today, you mean? Today?
No, I see it tomorrow.
Today, actually, Trump is speaking here. You can see here, like in approximately 40 minutes, there is Trump speaking. Like Trump speak at Invest America.
I gotta use this website more.
It
gives you so much more information.
I literally just scooted this up on my bookmark list to the very top by the Forex Factory, because it was all the way at the bottom and I forgot all about this.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna start.
And yeah, and also, like, especially you, Sam. Also, Michael trade the indexes like S&P 500 and NASDAQ. So sometimes, like, we have the reports. For example, today we had something, Apple annual worldwide dev conference. So
yes,
sometimes we get reports, and in Forex Factory, you to be honest, like, I never found like the reports related to the company in the NASDAQ or the S&P 500. So that's one of the reasons I'm using Financial Juice. So yeah, so 40 minutes we have Trump speaking, and then tomorrow we have US-China trade meeting.
Like you have to sign up for this?
No, it's free.
Oh.
He always asks me to sign up as well, but
I can't get off this screen. It looks like you have to sign up. Dang, they good. Yeah.
Aymane doesn't have to sign up because he's a market maker.
So maybe it's connected to my Google account. That's why. Just connected to Google account.
Oh, maybe. Okay, yeah. Because I'm like, it will not let me get off this screen. I don't see an X.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so I'm still bearish. Like, I don't think that's, yeah, maybe if there is very, very positive news about tariff and like the trade war end with China and the US, yes, we could see this week breaking the all-time high, because like you see, like it's, you combine the calendar with price action a little bit. So we are in a point like, yeah, if we have something positive here, very, very positive, we could see a break. Why last 2 weeks I was more, let's say, I was more like expecting that we will not break all-time high. Simply also the calendar. When you check the calendar, there was NFP, and I don't think so that NFP last week could break this like break to the all-time high. Like we need some big headlines, like something like they agree about tariff or something like that. So so yeah, for me, that's it. It was tough day, 3 stop losses, but just Monday. We will try to take it slow. That's how I, let's say, when I lose, let's say, have a max loss or something, always next day I'm looking just to the half or quarter. I'm not looking to get let's say the loss back. So I always look, okay, just 25% of the loss or 50% is enough just to get this confidence back. So that's will be the plan for tomorrow. And other than that, let's see what we have this week. So we had US China, we said it, and we had okay, nothing very okay. We have CPI. Okay, we have on the 11th June, which is Wednesday, I think. We have CPI, so that's something to be aware of. And we have what else? CPI, PPI, initial jobless claim. So, and your favorite news, guys,
Michigan.
University of Michigan on Friday. I don't know if it's like Forex Factory, they have it on us, like red. They don't even have it like here Friday. You see?
Yeah. Weird.
Yeah. So for this session, I'm looking to short, but I will wait for this alarm here. I have a 30 minutes supply, and maybe we'll get some opportunities here to short. And why not also maybe to take some couple of scalps just here inside the range, and I will keep you updated. So that's for the NQ. I know Sam will be trading today NQ, so that's something good. I see in the comments, Robert.
Yep.
Sam is making out on NQ today. Yes, Robert, yes.
That is it. I will be trading NQ, don't you worry. I just realized I need to pull up the Hola Prime platform. If I do pull in a trade, I'll do that now.
Yeah. Other than that, should we check gold? What you think, Coach Michael, about gold?
Gold for me is off the board because it's a little high for me. Yeah, I will be trying to short gold, to be totally honest. We just got the 5,200 cross towards the downside, so I don't like longs on gold at all. I'm more short than long.
Yeah, it's choppy a little bit for me, to be honest. No real bias. Yeah.
Yeah, I took that gold trade last week once.
I've yet to look at gold, but I will.
Yeah.
Just pulling up the platform.
Like it's been a couple of weeks, and gold is between the 3,500 and 3,153. And that's one thing about trading. So imagine like you are trading gold and it was trending like this, so you are winning crazy because it's easy to trade trending market. So like switching from this price action to this price action, and especially if you are a swing trader or even intraday trader, if you don't recognize that early that maybe we will stay in this range and maybe the price will rest. For sure, you will see a big difference in your PNL between trading this price and trading this price, and that's one of the things that traders or new traders struggle to, is they need at least 1 month, 2 months to recognize that there is some changes. Okay, we switch from trending to ranging, so the time they start to change back, you see again the market change again and starts again trending. So that's what I was struggling with before.
I see a trade on gold, but I think I've missed it. Let me, just as I pulled it up. Yeah, I think I've missed it. But if it comes back, I can enter. All right, so on gold, this leg down that we had, did a volume profile on it. Let me just remove that so you guys can see. From the top to the bottom, there's a gap right there, which it just dipped into. Really should have entered when it hit it, but it was already moving out by the time I spotted it. So if we get back into that area, I could technically enter now, but the risk reward would be off and it would be a negative trade because sadly there is a gap right here as well. So that would really be like the TP. Do you know what I mean? For a short scalp.
Yeah.
And that would mean if I did enter at the right point, it would be a 1-to-1, maybe even a bit less because I could probably, but if I technically enter now, it'll be like a 1 to 0.5. So the risk reward's off. But if we do go back in there, I will definitely, because it'll be a small scalp, I'll definitely enter it. Because I could see that playing out. To be fair, I think we might even break that gap, probably go a bit further down, maybe even to the point of control potentially, but probably not in this session. So for a quick scalp, hopefully we get back up to here. It just retests it one more time. I can enter. If I look at the footprint, might give me some more information, hopefully. Come on, where is it? It's not loading. There we go. If I see any buyers trapped at the top, no, I don't see anything too crazy in terms of the footprint. I see a little cluster of buyers up there. The footprint doesn't tell me much, I'm going to be honest.
If you manage to took it before at the top, it will be really nice entry.
Yeah, a little bit of buyer's trap, but I don't see anything too terrible. I think it could come back to retest actually, so there might still be an entry on this. I've set an alert there, so hopefully it does actually come back, just dips in, gives me another chance. Oh, it could be doing it now. Oh, all right, let me get gold out. Gold. Commodities, XAU. Honestly, I have no idea. I know gold's quite
one
big.
Lot.
What kind of
5 lots.
1 lot? 5 lots. Let me just see what how big this stop would be. Oh, 60 points.
Okay.
Yeah, no. Don't want to do 1 lot. That'd be $600. We'll do 0.5. $300 stop. That's fine with me. 5 lots. What are you trying to do to me, Aymane?
Let it blow his account live. One stop out.
Oh dear. Boy, you gotta be careful, Aymane. Aymane's out here giving crazy advice.
Imagine Michael, like Sam didn't think and say, okay, 5.
Yeah, say 5. You're like, wait, what just happened?
Well, I'd have to get out instantly, wouldn't I? I'd just have to take the hit on the commission and
that'd be the last thing you want.
Well, hopefully it does actually go up here. I feel like it might just do it.
Yeah.
It'll be if it gets to here. It's very close by. It can do it. Come on, it just needs to dip back up to here. Then I'll smack that enter button. Here we go. It is the right one. It looks further away in Trading View than it does on Match Trader.
Oh,
here we
you
go.
go.
Here we go.
There you go.
A little bit more. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. Come on. Come on. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. Almost there. I need it for the 1-to-1. Come on. A little bit more. Here we go. All right. I'm just going to enter. Might be just going to enter.
But it's a good price.
Somewhere there I entered.
Yeah.
That means I've got to put my stop
1 point.
really tight then in order to make it at least. Let me just go back to the 5 minute so I can. All right, that'll be a 1-to-1. So the stop can be. This is the futures again. All right. I got to figure out where the stop would be based on the candles. Okay. If I do 15 minute. And all right, my TP would be on the 15-minute chart. This is the only different. This is the only bad thing about analyzing on futures and then executing on CFD. You got to kind of figure out where your take profit and stop is based on just where the candles are. So that was the 5 o'clock candle. All right, somewhere in the middle of that, no problem. The middle of the 5 o'clock. All right, so my take profit would be in the middle of that, about there. And my stop loss, I believe, is at the just above that wick at 1630. All right, 1630 is that one. So just above the wick. Well, that doesn't make sense. How's that wick lower down than that one? Oh, the futures and yeah, okay. The futures price and CFD price is a bit different because look. That wick is higher than the current high it's on the futures market, right? But on the CFD market, that wick is lower than the current high it just produced. So there's a bit of a difference. All right, then I'll just put it. How many points are we looking at above? 17, say 20 points. All right, so is there a measuring tool? There is a measuring tool. 220 points. Yeah, that's about right then. Okay, cool. So I'm in. We'll let that play out. That gold trade, hopefully, it smashes the TP nice and quick. If I just look at the footprint, just to double check, I haven't seen anything crazy. Go to the footprint, give me a bit more confirmation. I'm just looking for that reaction, you know?
Yeah, for sure. A little bounce off that little area. So
that's it. I'm not looking for a home run, just looking for that reaction to tell me that there will be a bit of a push down.
Very nice entry.
See it on the 1 minute. Yeah. I mean, I'm not seeing anything crazy on the footprint alone, but it seems to be okay. We're going back down to these lows here, so I'll be interested to see if we start breaking these lows before I had that little retracement. If we can break below that, then I'm pretty confident we're going back down to the TP. But if it starts messing around at these lows, we could be entering a bit of a range, and then it will just jump to my entry point and then back down, and then so I kind of want to see a bit of aggression come in, which we're starting to see. It's starting to break it now.
Where you put your TP, it's also a nice place to buy.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why. So I just want to see. I'm seeing that aggression come in a bit, but there is that absorption happening. You can see it. The candle is pushing up.
Mm-hmm.
did just about break it, but didn't really truly break it. I want to see a clean break of that area. If we start seeing buyers coming in again quite heavy, then that's going to be annoying. Come on, man. Come on, man.
As you said it.
Yeah, it looks like we might be entering a bit of a range. So now I've got two things I can do. I can either get out and recognize we might be in a ranging market, or I can just hold it. Hold it and hope for the best. A scalper would get out. An intraday trader would hold it. A scalper would see that the base hit.
Yeah.
Let me just look at a bit of a bigger time frame. Is there anything I've missed? I've got 57, a bit of a cluster at the top there on the buyers. So that's giving me a bit more hope that the sellers are in control. We had again.
I think it's a good idea to hold.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it another few minutes. See what the
one thing you don't want to do is get out and then it drops to your price. You know, like seriously, you got
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm gonna give them another couple of chances. If they can't break it cleanly in the next 5 to 10 minutes, then I'll get out, because it really isn't that big of an area. Do you know what I mean? Like if it was a significant area, a huge area, fair play, it'll take a bit of time. But this is relatively minor. So if it's not going to break now, we're definitely going to range for a bit before it makes its final decision. So what can even do is drop down to like the 15-second chart, see if there's any big individuals. You definitely see a bit of institutional activity there on the 15. Look at that, 14, 14, 14. So a bit of institutional activity right there, which is good to see. On the 15-second
For
chart.
now, we are still holding this area 14, 14. It's good.
Yeah. Just trying to see if there's any huge numbers stacked anywhere. I really want to see. At the highs, I want to see like buyers trapped at the highs, but there really wasn't. That's the only downside to this trade. There's no buyers trapped at the highs. That's the only thing. If I saw buyers trapped at the highs, I would happily hold it. But I think we're going to enter a range. It's going to bounce between those two, which is fine. We'll let it roll. Give it some time. Either way, I'm not going to get out at the top of the range. I might as well wait for it to come back down before even thinking about exiting. Let's have a look.
Like if you check the 5 minute, okay, yeah, that's what if you check like the candle, 6:50 my time, which is I don't know.
6:50 would be 5:50. Yep. This one.
We have a little bit different. Let's see.
What does it say on your side?
Yeah, there is some trapped buyers at the top, 111.
Yeah, we see. I mean, 72 like seems to be a bit of a bigger number, but
let
me
if you compare the volume.
Gold futures. See the June contract. That won't be June contract. July. Which one's been traded the most? Which has the volume? August. It's got to be August. There we go. All right. Yeah, it's a tough one, man. It's a real tough one. The volume's just not there. But at the same time, it's definitely more of a range. Like if you just look at the delta, right? You can always see big buys and then big sells, big sells, big buys, big sells, big buys, big sells. It's a typical range right now. So I'm hoping it will range just for a bit and then eventually it'll make its move down. because it's too late now. If I wanted to get out, I should have got out a while back when it actually got to the low. But that's the thing about a ranging market. You don't know you're in a range until it's too late a lot of the time. Right. So I'll wait till it drops back down. I'll put a little alert there, and then I'll have another look once it gets back down to the bottom of the range, because the likelihood is, if it is a range, it's going to get back down to where it was. And then I can make my decision whether I want to get out or hold it to my TP. Personally, I think the TP could still get hit. I don't think it's really that drastic of a move. This area really isn't that powerful. It should be able to break it. It's just being a bit silly. So
I think I was short gold.
Yeah. Right choice. Right choice, Aymane. And get your market makers here as well, please.
Right.
I will wait just 1 minute just to see. This is 5 minutes candle open, but for me it's like really, it's a scalp. Like if after 5 minutes I don't see nothing, I will close it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's wait.
Let me identify.
Should I share my screen quickly?
Yeah, you can do. All right, let me whip that up for you. Go for it.
Please don't go. So like there is no big numbers here, like sellers got absorbed or something, but I can see here like some big clusters at the top here, big clusters at the top. So let's short just 0.1. I will target the lows here. I don't know if I was executed or not. Okay, let's put it a little bit. 335. So let's put here $11. Let's see if the stop loss is on the right place. So for me, I'm trading this absorption here and this. Second thing, like I know that we are bullish. I know that we will react to here. This where you have your take profits. I think we will react from here to continue higher. So I'm trading this absorption. If we fail break just a little bit, my setup is not valid anymore. So same thing on the 5 minutes. So we had this candle here, took the previous high, closed the red, we are testing it. We have some absorption at the top. So the max I want the price to go is here, 3356, where I put my stop loss. Wait, what's this? I don't know. If 3356. Why 335? I should put it. Too tight. got stops out. I want to put it a little bit higher here. The prices are different. You can see here.
Yeah.
I have I want to put it above here. But
that's the futures price you're looking at there. And you got the CFD price. That's why you got to use just like where the candle wick is if you're going to do that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's because I heard you said it earlier, so that's what I want to do. But got stopped out quickly. So let's see if normally it's this high here. Let's see what is happening. Yeah. Yeah. I still believe we will come take those lows, but we will see. Like definitely we are bullish, but this is for now the biggest number I saw, like this 111, and then we start retracing. So we need to see some big numbers at the low, like for sellers getting absorbed.
I'm starting to think this trade is Not going to happen yet. Let me explain. So I'm starting to lose confidence in this trade. I think jumped in too early. I think it's going to push up a little bit more before it drops. Main reason is, all right, so the gap I'm trading is there. But if I actually extend over the volume profile to where it is now, the gap has now moved up to here. So the gap's been filled that I traded earlier, right? So if it's been filled, it will now move on to the next gap to fill it, which in that case would be exactly where my stop loss is. Does that make sense? So I might wait until it gets up to here at a better price, and then we'll probably see more buyers being trapped as well, and then have a much better reaction. I don't think this is the move yet. So based on that, I should be getting out the market. I'm going to wait till it, because it's basically at break even. It might just hit to break even. If it goes to break even, I'll get out. And then I'll jump back in. There we go. $5 profit. That's fine. Right. So I'm out the market. I now want to wait until it gets up to here. Got an alert. This time I won't miss it. And then I can have a much better trade of a 1 to 2 risk reward. So that will be the new game plan. Because when the gaps move like that, it's like it's already been filled. It's going to push up a little bit more, I think, till it gets to here. Then it's going to push down. And hopefully the footprint will also show that. Because the footprint at this moment in time, I didn't see anything in the footprint to really tell me I should be shorting the market. When it gets up there, we might see that explosion of buyers come in, getting trapped, and then that quick reversal, take out the liquidity, and boom, we've got a good trade. So that's the gold update. I'll put a few alerts there so I know when it gets there. Hopefully it does it in a session. And yeah, someone in the comments said something about shorting S&P.
Today is NQ.
I know. I'm just.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm looking.
I'm just gonna look. You know, I'm trying to answer all the questions. Should we be shorting?
I think Michael. I think like it's some friend. Like he sent him. He told him, you know what? Go to the comments and type short S&P. Because Sam missed S&P, so he cannot like all 1 hour 30-minute session. He cannot look at S&P. Okay,
hey,
so
I'm giving what the people want. The people,
yeah,
is just more popular. You know, people want the S&P. I'm giving them the S&P.
Oh man.
But to answer his question, do I think we should be shorting it? Shorting it right this second? Probably not. No. Let me have a look at the actual footprint real quick. Let's do the latest contract. Beautiful. Is there anything? Okay, well, there is something interesting here on the footprint. So we do have this huge delta, quite a big delta on the highest candle right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But is it enough to indicate, okay, over 1,000 contracts trapped at the top bottom, the top there. And then we have that reversal, right? So if I just put a little box around that candle there where the buyers are trapped. If we break above that, then it's going to continue. I don't think the high of the day has been locked in, but it potentially could have. We also saw sellers getting trapped at the bottom. Quite a bit of a bigger delta there, but nothing. Nah, actually, not really. Nah, I wouldn't say sellers were trapped. And we had a bit of a spike here. Was there any more buyers trapped? No. Okay, it's interesting. Potentially, yeah, there was a scalping opportunity short the S&P when you saw those buyers get trapped at the top there, 1,000 contracts, right? If I just zoom in again, that 1,000 delta full of buyers right here getting trapped, and instantly we're starting to push against them, right? And as you start seeing sellers come in, 600 contracts, and the sellers are pushing it down, you could have easily done a quick scalp trade. Would have been a great scalp. Not bad. You could have definitely grabbed a few points there. But yeah, I'm not convinced though that that's the high of the day.
We could easily, like in the next 10 minutes, maybe after with the speech, take the highs before going lower. So yeah. For me, like we are in an area, but we like normally if like ES or NQ will go down, we don't touch that area so multiple times, like just once or twice, and then we push down. So probably we will take more highs before pushing down. But
and if you're looking at the depth of market, look, we're at the high of the day right now, only 2 price points away from it. It looks like it might actually break through it. The cumulative delta isn't that high as well. We're only at 3.5k cumulative delta. I've seen ES, go up to 10k, 15k. So that's not like too overextended on the delta side either. I think personally, I think that was a bit of a trap there. There definitely was a trap. The market pushed down, liquidated a few of those people, and now it's continuing again. I don't think we're actually in a true short at the moment.
Could you check some like the 15 minutes delta at your time? I think it's 5:45. 15 minutes.
Yep. We got 715 was the delta on that candle. But it went all the way up. So the cool thing about this, if you look at the delta at the bottom, you got wicks as well. That tells you the maximum delta it was at. So at some point it was, and if you look on the right-hand side of the screen where the numbers are, it was at 2,000 the delta at some point.
The biggest one.
Peaked. Yeah. So it peaked all the way up to 2,000, the delta, and then sellers obviously. So yeah, I mean, that did have the highest delta.
Like if you go to the left a little bit, Sam, you will see like there is another candle. We had 2000s, and then just we retrace and come back. This red one at 3:30.
This one?
It's this.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you check the high
again,
delta, the wick.
Yeah. 2K.
So we could see similar pattern. Just retrace and then go take the highs again. Oh, we took the highs now. You see?
Yeah. Yeah.
We just
like I said,
the highs.
I don't think it was truly the high of the day locked in. I think it was a bit of a trap, grab some liquidity and continue again. So like, I don't think we're truly going down. I think we're going to stay up. Obviously there's going to be retracements, but we're not looking at potentially shorting it until it gets into this area all the way at the top here. We still got quite a while. I think, again, depends on what Trump says, depends on the news. Obviously, that is a fundamental driving force of the market. But yeah, that is my next area where until we get into that area, I'm not going to be looking really to be shorting the market. I'm going to be looking to buy it. I mean, and I had the same outlook as well earlier today. That's why even I went pre-market, because the moment we dipped into like a really nice gap in the pre-market, I know it's pre-market, but I thought, okay, I'm going to just buy into it. And that's when I piled on those positions there pre-market. I don't usually trade pre-market, but sometimes if I'm happen to be on the PC, I see the opportunity and it looks good, I'll jump in. But generally speaking, I don't do it. But yeah, it should be, I think you're right, Aymane, as well. I think we're going to keep going up for a bit. It's not going to happen right this second, but there will be a short opportunity in the near future, I would say. A nice one. Yeah, the depth market looks pretty standard as well. There's nothing telling me any of this is really going to change. So cool. Let's go back to gold.
NQ.
Have a look. I'll look what NQ is doing. So we're still hovering around that area. Hasn't really done much. but I'm waiting for it to go there. Let's look at NQ.
NQ is still holding. Still holding.
See, with NQ, I see a short. This is what messes me up. With ES, NQ, I do see a short because we're in that area where I expect it, but we've already dipped into that area earlier today, already pushed down. You can see it clear as day. Like there was a gap, jumped in, went to the next gap, went back up, it's rejecting again. And now it's kind of just, I don't like NQ. I don't know, man. I think it will break this gap, to be honest.
And also, if you checked the footprint, the delta, you will see, okay, maybe we are going down. So I had the same idea, like ES, it's going up, but NQ, like it's holding with big numbers, especially on the 15 minutes. Yeah. Let's see if we have the same. Like last candle, you see the last candle, 146 at the top. The delta, how much you have in the delta?
198.
And also like the sellers absorption for sellers lower, like it's a little bit different actually, but still
I don't know, man. I don't see numbers that are big enough. Like the only number that really got me was this 600 right here.
330 yeah, 330 candle. Yeah,
that was clear as day. Dipped into that area. Like if I spotted that in real time, 100% would have shorted it. Went into a gap, gave me that 600, moved away from it, instantly would have shorted it back down to there. But it hasn't really. And then like, look, if you look at these numbers here, these 500 right here, these buyers defending that area quite well, right? And you got similar thing happening to the sellers, right? They're coming in, dipping in and getting trapped. So we're kind of just bouncing between these two areas right now. So I wouldn't really want to be trading it until we break either below that area at the bottom and then potentially short it, or break above this area and then potentially buy it. So when it's in this kind of trapped area, it's too, both buyers and sellers are just being stubborn. Do you know what I mean? Someone has to give. So let them fight it out. Someone's going to win, and then you make your decision. That would be my game plan. But I do think we'll probably break above it, and then we'll look at that. That would be my game plan with NQ. But if I want to quickly look at the hour to see where could be the next obvious area. Oh man, NQ. All right, I'm gonna have to go to 4 hours.
For 4 hours, I have 21,895. I don't know. It's just above the current price.
Let's have a look. Just on a. Yeah, so the last gap I see, well, I'd want to short it, would be here. Oh, we're pretty much in it. Ah, man. Okay. NQ is technically telling me to short based on my, but it's really not that big, is it? I mean, it's a minor gap. Let me up this a bit, row size. Let me get it up to 50. Where is the actual true gap? Okay, so here we go. You can see the true gap now. I think we've broken it. That would be the true gap there to there. Let me change that color so I can spot it. Make it yellow. Zoom out. Okay. Yeah, we're in it, trying to break above it. That would kind of make sense. I think we're going to be actually breaking that. And look, we already tested that ages ago. So the highest gap that we had on that downward push, we tested that a long time ago on NQ, right? Back on the 29th of May. Whoops, what the hell was that? Dipped in to it and then shot down. That was the trade. It's already been tested. Tested it again back on the 4th and 5th of June. Pushed down a bit. It's already been tested and pretty much filled at this point. So now I think it will break above it. So I am actually bullish on NQ still. When I look at it, it's already been tested. It's already been done. And I would add more bullish sentiment if one of these areas here was a gap. So if I do from the high to the current and look for any obvious gap of where it stopped at. So clear best gap right here. This whole area here is this lovely gap. And boom, that adds up perfectly. That's where it stopped at. So it won't break below there for a while, I would say. But the only thing with NQ now is we're reaching all-time highs again. So I wouldn't know when to short it. Does that make sense? I would have to wait because I've got nothing to left of me to tell me, oh, this is an area where it's going to short. So the only way I could trade NQ now moving forward, if we do break these highs, which I think we will, would be anytime there's a retracement and I can buy into it, buy the dip essentially. But yeah, that adds up. I think NQ is going to break that area. Going to break this area. Might not do it today, but I think it will be bullish. And then, so yeah, I'm bullish on NQ, and therefore, if I'm bullish on NQ, I'm probably going to be bullish on ES as well for a while. So ES would have a similar outlook until we get to that area, which then I would expect NQ to also probably have some kind of retracement in that area. Yeah, that would make sense to me. Cool. Game plan done. If anyone wants to take the screen, feel free.
Gold, like, looks good. Like, if I didn't miss my stop loss, like it's going to take the lows now, and hits also your take profit.
Nah, it shouldn't do. I want it to go a bit higher up. Give me a better price. I didn't like that price. That gap was filled, man. Come on. It's going to do it. I promise you. It's going to do it. It's going to do it. This is all, it's just ranging right now. It still hasn't even taken out that low. Look, and now it's getting bullish again. Still ranging. It's going to range, build up, accumulate, and then all of a sudden you'll see a shoot up, a really strong push up into that area. Then it will push down. I guarantee you that's what's going to happen. I'm almost 90% positive now. It's going to build up this area, the liquidity. It might dip in a little bit below, but eventually you're just going to see a nice big move up into this area, and then the push down will happen. That's the structure I'm expecting. Like, has it done it anywhere else before where you can kind of see that happen? Can't really see anything right now, but it will do something like that. Yeah. All right. Well, I got my alert set, so.
Right, just in case.
Yeah. We shall see.
Sweet.
Right, market maker Aymane.
Let me see. I don't have too much action going on except these two, and they are acting just like Monday. It's definitely starting to pull back. I thought this was a perfect entry, and apparently it wasn't. It's taking everything I got not to hit this again, because I'm like, all right, if you touch the 50 or the 13, I almost want to hit this again, but I'm already all the way in. I don't want to put too much on this. So, and it's pretty close anyway, so I'm gonna just leave it alone. But man, do I want to. Don't want to get too over leveraged with it though. But cool, this was a simple setup. I was actually looking at this morning. Obviously, we got the 5,200 cross. The next move that was expected here would be a nice little W off the 200. Right, it's kind of went up. This ran up, which was good. We had everything that we needed outside the band, inside the band. Market baseline went below the static. And I was trying to take this next bounce move because after this, we expected to make some type of movement off of here, going back long. But apparently, it's not doing that. Now, the only thing I would say about this is, it's kind of funny to say this, but typically I just want to take bounce moves off the 50 after I take the move off the 200. If you look at this, this actually made the move off the 200, and then it made another move off the 200. So this is actually what I would call my combo trade, because it's kind of like the bounce off of the 50 that touches the 200. But this is a lot of 200 action right now. And then theoretically, I would have preferred for my market baseline, the yellow one right here, not to go below this static. I would have wanted to stay above, right? So not the cleanest, but man, I thought I thought this was good to go, and it still looks great, right? Like, we got the stop loss to break even here, and then something else that I really liked about this is we got the 4-hour confirmation on the last candle. So I was looking at this earlier in the day, right? But this candle did not close above the 13, right? At 9 o'clock. I was looking for this to close here at 9 o'clock. But this last one did, which is right when we jumped on for the most part. So we do have the 4-hour confirmation as well. Maybe just giving a little pullback, touching the 13 and then running up. Not too sure. But yeah, this is actually starting to pull back a little bit. And then another thing that makes this a little weird to me is I don't trade EG that much, but it's always been interesting because it's funny to say this, but from here,
I just shorted NQ.
Oh,
okay.
You can,
but you can continue, Michael, later. I wish I just said it now.
Okay. I'll be quick anyway.
Continue.
I don't really have too much to show. But yeah, this is weird because from here, the entry here, this is 14 pips. It looked like it would be way more than that, and it's 14 pips. So in essence, my break-even zone is like 7 pips. Super strange pair. Like, it doesn't really move like that apparently. And then it moved when I'm looking at my other chart. It moved 32 pips yesterday and only 16 today. So technically it could move another 16 pips, right, to at least match yesterday, which is why me thinking that it can go 14 pips makes total sense. But yeah, this one kind of just sitting here a little bit. So not too sure what's going on with this one, really. I might have to close this before the session ends, which would suck a little bit, but because I still have faith in this, that this is about to actually go the right way. Especially when I grab the entry so close to the EMAs like this, like it's just normally just pulls back to one of the EMAs and kind of bounces off. So part of me don't want to let this go. I'm hoping that in the next 20 minutes it is up at least
Fingers
a little
crossed.
bit. Yeah, this is an interesting one, to be totally honest. Super interesting. And as you see, we haven't, after the 50-200 cross, it hasn't really gone anywhere. Like, yeah, it went here at this one point, but we didn't get a close above the 800. It kind of faded off, pulled back, and it looked like it's supposed to run back up this way. So I'll see. I'll make a determination here in the next 20 minutes. So we got that one, and then we had GBP CAD. GBP CAD was super interesting because this bad boy is acting up. Right? I might have to swing this one because this technically is supposed to go too. It's weird because they're both almost doing the same exact thing. 5,200 cross, right? This doesn't count. There's nothing here. Then we got this M here, right? And it's like little M structure here, what I would call like a 22 trade. We got 2 legs over here, 2 legs over here. But this pattern off the 200, drop. I mean, drop. I'm going to put an alert right here because this is technically supposed to be good to go once it closes below this. So I'll just put looking good. Yeah, both of these pairs are really interesting right now. Yeah, I really don't even know what to say. This is typical Monday, like just not really acting right. All right, like neither one of these are acting too good right now. And Yeah, they're both down now. I'm like down a little less than 1% on this.
It is a slow day, to be fair. I mean, you got the Swiss bank holiday, German bank holiday, French bank holiday. A lot of Europe was closed.
Yeah, this is acting really funny, like extremely. I might swing this one on a higher time frame. This actually looks pretty good. Like I really, really like this. Now I don't like it to touch the 200 as I always mention, but if we can just get a close below this 200, this would be great. So part of me don't want to close this one either. They both look the same a little bit. It's weird. We got this huge M structure, run, pull back, drop. Like this is what's supposed to happen. So yeah, both of these are really interesting, guys, like to say the least. I'm almost surprised that like this is not working out the way it would have. But yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe it's the Monday bank holiday. This is like really slow. It's not moving the way I thought it would have been moving. Even since this morning, these trades from here just like doing a little xylophone thing, right? Like just kind of this same little spot. This is almost ugly. Like, yeah, this is weird. I'm gonna scoot this up just a little bit. So yeah, that's pretty much it for me, guys. I didn't have anything else that was even close today. I didn't like GU or GJ once again for like the third week in a row. Right? I'm more interested in this turning around at this point. Like this is really high. Like I'm not really interested in GU until we kind of, I guess, get some type of pattern. I want to see this break, right? Retest and then go short. Simultaneously, the 5,200 is actually crossing. Right? So I want to see some type of M structure off of here, then drop. Simultaneously, market baseline going above the static for the reload. I'll be interested in GU then. And level 2, right? So the 5,200 needs to cross. So I'm not interested in this here in level 1. This is hideous to me. And then GJ, it's pretty much the same thing. Actually, it's even worse. This one is even higher. Yeah, you almost can't even tell what this one's about to do. So super, super ugly. If I was to kind of be looking for something, seeing that we do have this, I guess, cross here and this cross here, maybe we can be looking for something like this, going back to the upside, market baseline again, going below the static for the reload, and maybe a move like this. Right, stops below and target this. Maybe, like maybe, but this is ugly. It's really ugly. It's not clean at all. Yeah, that was it for me, guys. Today was a weird, slow day. Just these two, GC and EG. Really, so surprised about this.
I'm not sure, Michael, if you showed NQ or ES. What you think about ES,
yeah,
NQ mainly?
To me, yeah, to these are really, really high. Same exact thing, right? Like I would actually want these to turn around. So I wouldn't. What is that? All right, I'll leave that there. I put that there for a reason. I wouldn't be interested in this, either one of these. It's like a nice 12 trade. I want this to break down. I won't be interested in it until afterwards. I want to see both of these cross to the downside. This is really high. On the longs, yeah, see, I got to go way back here to find this. Yeah, that's why I don't like longs on this. Not at all. Maybe, yeah, no. I don't like longs on NQ at all. So shorts, but I will only be interested in level 2 shorts, right? Like I want to see my 50 and my 200 cross, price do something like this, right? Run down, then come back up and make that M and then drop. I'll be interested in it here. But no level 1s for this. This is, and reason being is by the time this makes this M structure and try to run down to retest and go back, more than likely it's going to end up hitting the 200 and it's going to cancel out the move for me. So I don't really like shorts on NQ. I mean, longs on NQ, only shorts. And then S&P, pretty much the same thing. Both of these look just alike to me, really. This one's a little further away. The 50 and the 200 got a little bit more space, but that's really it. I'll be looking for, again, to move 5,200 across to the downside. Price comes down, make some type of M structure off of here, and then drop. So I'll be interested in this level 2 move here. But again, no longs. This thing is really high already. Like, yeah, I don't want to take any longs into either one of this. Could it happen? Of course.
Even the short right now, I'm start to think, okay, if it didn't move like on the next 5 minutes, I will close. We are holding supports and holding resistance also. So when we hold both sides, so
it's trapped right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, it has to break. It has to break above or below, come back, retest on both sides in order for a direction to be confirmed right now, because it's wedged between two pretty decent zones, and I would treat it as a ranging market at most right now.
Mm-hmm. See, if you can get something, right, like maybe something like this, again, bounce, and your TP would be this 800 EMA. I'll be looking for the move here.
That's it, yeah.
But longs, it's risky, super risky.
Yeah, longs buying at the top, and at the end of the day, Monday, buying at the top. It's
right. The recipe for blowing your account.
Maybe at the open, maybe during this session, but a trending day, the end of the day, most probably you get a small retracement. But yeah.
And people try to jump in early and like, oh, this is the top. This is the top. No, it's not.
No, it's
not. Trying to time the top like that is nearly impossible. Like people, I think traders, that's one of their weakest things, right? Like, what makes you think it's going short? Because it's all the way up there. That is not a good reason to go short. That's not a good reason at all. It got to go down some point. Yeah, that don't have to be now. It don't have to be today. It only got to be this week. You need much more of the story than that. Like I need much more confluence than that to just try to time it. Because it can stay up there and hold the level as long as you want. Chop you up all the way ass up there. By the time you didn't scratched out 8, 9, 10 times, probably took a few stop outs, and then you're done. You all cooked, and then when it's finally setting up, you ain't got no more ammo, and you're done.
Oh dear.
Yeah, that's a horrible position to be in.
Yeah,
you might as well just wait.
Oh, Aymane. You were showing your screen. Sorry, I didn't put it up. I didn't realize.
Yeah.
My bad.
I want to. So I want to close the trade because it's not moving. Like here, we took this high, close red, got the continuation and answer on the retest here. That was the idea of the trade. Also on the 15 minutes, just I like the numbers, what I saw, especially on this candle here. We had this 180 at the top, this minus 100 in the middle. And then after this 15 minutes candle close, it's closed inside the previous week. So it's holding the support. So like it's not pushing. Yeah, I still think we're going to take those lows, but it's too slow. So it's approximately at my entry minus $4. So let's wait and see. So I will close it soon. Let's check 5 minutes. What you think, Sam?
Yeah, I think it's ranging for a bit right now. I don't think it's going to do much. Like, I think the day's over. Same with gold. I'm looking at gold right now. It's literally in that range. like a really tight range. It's. Do I think it will happen eventually? Of course, it has to, but I don't think it's going to happen in the next 10 minutes.
Nah, just let's close this one.
Come on, Euro GBP. It's like right there. It's only down $5 now. Let me just close this in profit at least. I'm swinging at GCAD.
I'll update the people on the gold trade. Well, I haven't actually entered it, but the gold setup. As I thought, we enter that range. It's ranging. Looks like it might actually break out the range now, finally. In which case, if it does, what I think is going to happen.
$5. I'm about to close EG. It's up $5.
Close.
Yeah. Close in the back, boy.
Get that money.
Small burritos, Michael.
Right. I just closed. Huh? Oh, I just closed it. I wanted to hurry up and close it while I was in profit. $5.
Burritos,
I mean,
some good burritos.
What can you buy for $5?
I want to see exactly. I mean, in Mexico, I can get a bunch for $5. I can get me a 6-pack. I can get I can get some tamales. I can get about 5 tamales. I can get a lot here for $5.
And you, Sam, what you can get with $5 in there in the UK? Eggs? Yes or no?
Yeah. You could probably buy like 6 or 12 eggs. You can buy like
what?
$10. So it probably closed out at like $5 or something, but
that's not bad.
We don't have the egg shortage does not happen here. For $5, I can probably get 36 eggs for $5.
36 eggs.
Yeah.
Funny you say that. I actually need to go shopping after this session, and I have no clue. Like, truth be told, when I go shopping, I never know what prices. When people are like, "How much does bread cost you?" I have no idea. To be honest, I just put it in my cart and like I have no idea how much bread or eggs cost. Like,
I'm the same way with gas. They're like, "How much is gas here?" I'm like, "I don't know. I go, I pull it up, and that's it." Because I don't like going to the gas station, so I'm not gonna keep getting like quarter and half. I fill it up. When the light comes on, I'll start to make it there. So I technically didn't know how much gas is. Like, I don't know. You asking the wrong person.
I have no idea.
Those some signs of being rich.
No, it's not even that. It's just I don't know, man. Like,
if you gotta buy it, to me, if you have to buy it regardless, it's not like you're not gonna get it because it costs a certain amount. You still have to get it. Now, if you get to like let's say the ice cream or something where you probably don't need that, I might look at like, I'm not spending $10 on like 6 Magnum bars. Like, come on, man, I'm not doing that.
The thing is, like, when you go, like, I know when I go shopping, right, grocery shopping, like, I know whatever I put in the cart, it's not going to break the bank, right?
Right.
Like, they don't sell anything expensive enough for me to be like genuinely worried, right? As long as I don't buy the whole shop, do you know what I mean? Like, so I don't really have to care too much about the individual prices. But of course, like if I go out to eat and stuff, I am looking at the prices. I'm not because restaurants can be sneaky, you know, especially those ones that look all fancy and they don't even put the price tag on the menu. I'm like, well, I don't know what I'm buying here. I need a price up front.
Give me the best bottle of wine.
It's in Atlanta. It's called Rays on the River. It's pretty popular, but very elegant place. I took my grandma there for her birthday. You know, just get whatever you want. You know, it's your birthday. You know, do one of those. Man, they brought their check out. I'm like, this is $450 for that. And it's one of those places where it's like the meal It's this small. Like they give you 4 peas, 1 lettuce leaf, like 5 grains of rice. Like what in the world is this?
Nah, well, it's the principle.
We're not going
you know
there
what I
ever
mean?
again.
Never.
You should eat home before you go to the restaurant, like on those type of restaurants.
Funny enough, guys, they did that same thing here, right? Because so where I live at it's separated into 2 parts. There's the port side, which is like right on the beach, like I'm talking about the water is 10 steps away. And then there's the Colonia side, which is actually where I live at. I live on the Colonia side. It's a 5-minute drive to the beach. But one of the spots is called El Mercadito, and they got like all this fancy stuff in there, whatever. So funny enough, my same grandma, who I was just telling y'all about, she comes down for her birthday once again, and we go here, and she wanted some lobster, so everybody gets some lobster, right? And they do it by the weights. It's not by like a serving; it's by the weight. This thing came out. To spend $300 here at a restaurant is ridiculously high. I mean, like, it makes no sense to spend that much because everything is super cheap. But same exact thing happened, and we ain't get that since. We haven't been there since because it's just too high. I'm like, what? Once it was like I got a lobster, she got a lobster, and my girl got a lobster. That was $150 on lobsters right there. Yeah, just ridiculous.
Crazy. Crazy, man. Crazy. Robert asks, for some reason, I just got an email from Hola Prime saying I'm using 95% of my account balance on open trades and I'm using the least amount of lots I can trade. So if you're trading indices, the leverage is different than FX, right? So I think Hola Prime, actually don't know off the top of my head. I think the leverage on indices is 1 to 5. Don't quote me on it, but double check. I think it is 1 to 5, and that's why you're probably getting that message. Indices has lower leverage than like Forex, so that's probably that. So don't worry too much. He also asks, what's the update on the Sam and Aymane NQ trade battle? Well, nothing at the moment. I mean, today was dead.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. There is still
Sadly.
CPI Wednesday.
Stay tuned.
Yeah.
Don't
worry. Don't worry. There will be something in the week.
Yeah.
But yeah. But crazy, man. Gotta do some shopping. I hate shopping, man. It's the worst.
Yeah.
I like to use those
Yeah,
services
when you are
now,
when you are single, Sam, you have to do shopping by yourself.
It's always like the most random crap that I need always as well. But I'm subscribed to one of these services now. They send you like all the ingredients you need, and then they give you like a dish to cook. Really good.
Like Blue Apron or something, I think it's.
Yeah. You choose your meals and everything. You're like, right?
Yeah.
Just choose it. They've got all different types of diets, vegetarian if you're vegetarian, vegan, whatever, high protein, low carb, keto, you name it. Got it all. And they just send you it. It's nice.
It's super nice.
Yeah, especially like you don't need to spend much time in the kitchen cook, and especially if you work a lot. So it's let's say profitable to do it if you have a lot of work. You don't have much time to.
Honestly, it is. Like, although it's technically more expensive than if you bought the ingredients yourself from a shop, but the reality is, right? Like what I found, when you go shopping, you buy stuff you're never gonna use. The amount of times I come back and I've bought crap that it just ends up in the back of the fridge, and I never use it, and you have to throw it away, and it's just wasteful. But here you're literally getting what you need for that meal, and that's it.
Right.
You know, and it kind of works. But
no, they work great.
Yeah.
We my partner, when she was pregnant, that's what we did, because obviously she would cook all the time, and then it got to a point where she can't be on them feet too long. She got to sit down. So that was a lifesaver for us. I mean, it worked perfect.
No, I can imagine.
I think we should get married, Sam.
Gonna cut down on some bills.
If it happens, no prenup, Aymane.
Of course.
I want
with
50% of the market maker fortune you have.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, if to all the trader, if you are trading tonight, be careful. There is US-China trade meeting. So, and Wednesday we have CPI. So, be careful. Trade
Big
safe.
one.
Yes,
Thank
yes.
you, guys.
Don't
All right,
overlet
guys.
it.
That is time.
Ooh,
Have a good evening.
Did you see? Did you check the market now? Like how it's moving? Something is happening.
On what? NQ or?
All. Everything.
Nothing on gold. Let me have quickly NQ. Nothing's
Okay,
happened,
so
bro.
just
I don't know.
That's like maybe it's just Ola Prime account. It's weird. Okay,
I'm looking
never
at
mind, I
Ola
will
Prime
check
now.
it.
It's fine. I have no idea.
No, it's okay.
Oh, did it?
Nah. Again.
It's
Never
fine.
mind. Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
Catch you guys tomorrow.
All right,
Take care.
guys.
Have a good evening. See you, Robert, as well.